history of the Eldari stretches far back into a time when they ruled the stars without challenge, their presence shaping vast regions of the galaxy in ways that now feel distant and almost unreal. Their civilization once stood at a height of splendor and power that few others could even imagine. Yet within that brilliance lay the seeds of a quiet and terrible undoing that would come from their own nature. In the present age, those who remain are scattered survivors of that lost empire, drifting through the void as fragments of something once immeasurably greater. Even now, they retain a quiet strength and influence, though it carries the weight of what has already been lost. Their kind once stood unmatched among the starfaring races, secure in their place and untouched by meaningful threats from beyond. The disaster that ended their dominance did not come from war with another species, nor from any external force, but from within their own hearts and minds. Now, the craft worlds move slowly through the darkness, vast and silent, their surfaces lit from within, like distant lanterns against an endless night. Inside these immense vessels live the remnants of a civilization that was abandoned in the wake of unimaginable destruction. These are the Asuryani, the last echoes of a people whose dreams once reshaped reality itself, whose history holds both unmatched triumph and profound sorrow. At the height of their empire, their worlds were places of beauty and perfection, their abilities bordering on the divine, their armies without equal. Over time, that certainty of dominance grew into something heavier, something less stable, and it carried them toward an end that none could truly escape. Some fled upon the craft worlds, seeking distance from the heart of what was coming. Others settled faraway worlds or hid within hidden realms beyond normal space. Yet none of these paths could fully shield them from what their civilization had already set in motion. More than 1 million years ago, the Eldari stood alone as masters of the galaxy, their dominance so complete that it felt to them like a natural and permanent truth. They saw no equal among the stars and no force that could threaten what they had built over such immense spans of time. Their confidence was not entirely misplaced, for no rival species had come close to disrupting their stability for ages beyond counting. Yet the danger they faced was never something that could be seen or fought, and it grew quietly within their own nature. They moved freely across the galaxy, exploring its wonders and immersing themselves in every experience it could offer. Their mastery over technology was so complete that entire worlds were shaped for their desires, and even the lives of stars could be guided by their will. Across countless worlds, they followed their inclinations without restraint, seeking knowledge and sensation in equal measure. They learned to navigate the webway, that hidden labyrinth beyond normal space, and extended their reach into distant corners of existence. Even death did not hold fear for them in those distant times, for their souls would pass gently into the immaterium and return again in new forms, untouched by the hunger that would one day come. Though wars did occur and ancient enemies rose to challenge them, victory came so easily that it only deepened their belief in their own supremacy. Even the greatest of these conflicts, remembered as the war in heaven, failed to shake that certainty in their own perception, The Eldari stood above all others, and nothing seemed capable of bringing an end to their rule. The fall of the Eldari began not with a single event, but with a slow shift in their nature, rooted in a growing desire to experience everything without limit. Their advanced technology removed the need for labor, leaving them with vast stretches of time to fill with whatever pursuits they chose. Many turned inward, driven by curiosity and the search for new sensations, and from this grew countless cults devoted to pleasure, knowledge, and increasingly extreme experiences. These movements gradually replaced the older pursuits that had once defined their culture, drawing more and more of their people into a life of indulgence. As this change spread, the Eldari became divided, with some embracing the new path and others growing uneasy with what they saw unfolding around them. Those who recognized the danger early chose to leave, becoming the Exodites and settling distant worlds where life demanded discipline and restraint. Others fled later, building the great craft worlds and distancing themselves from the growing chaos at the Empire's core. Yet many remained behind, either unwilling or unable to abandon what their society had become. Over time, the pursuit of sensation darkened, turning toward violence and cruelty, and the streets of their once glorious worlds filled with suffering. Bonds between individuals fractured, and bitterness replaced what had once been unity. In hidden realms beyond normal space, their excesses continued without limit, shaping entire environments around their desires. As their corruption deepened, the echoes of their emotions began to ripple outward, reaching into the immaterium itself. There, in the shifting currents of that parallel realm, something new began to form, drawn together by the intensity of the Eldari's experiences. Slowly, without their awareness, a presence grew, shaped by the very excess that consumed them. The excesses of the Eldari did not remain confined to their own worlds, but instead spread into the warp through the strength of their psychic nature. The emotions and actions of their society gathered there, forming a vast and growing presence fed by the souls of those who had lived and died within their decadent culture. As this accumulation grew, it began to shape the warp itself, creating violent disturbances that would later define an era of isolation for humanity. The Eldari, unaware of what they were creating, continued along the same path, even as the consequences approached. When the entity they had formed finally awakened, it did so with overwhelming force, emerging as the chaos god known as Slaanesh. In that moment, its birth echoed across the galaxy, reaching into the minds and souls of every Eldari. The effect was immediate and catastrophic, as countless individuals were stripped of their souls in an instant, their bodies falling lifeless as their essence was consumed. Only those who had already distanced themselves, whether upon craft worlds, distant worlds, or hidden realms, were spared from complete destruction. Entire populations vanished within moments, and the once great civilization of the Eldari was reduced to fragments. The god they had unknowingly created took its first breath, sustained by the very souls it had claimed, and turned its attention outward toward the wider galaxy. The birth of Slaanesh marked the end of the Eldari's dominance, as the core of their empire was devastated by the psychic shockwave that followed. Those closest to the event were destroyed instantly, leaving vast regions of space filled with lifeless remnants of what had once been thriving worlds. The destruction spread outward, affecting not only the Eldari but countless other species caught within its reach. Reality itself seemed to tear open, allowing the warp to spill into the material universe and transform entire regions into places of nightmare. From this wound emerged what would later be known as the Eye of Terror, a vast region where the boundaries between realities collapsed. Within it, creatures of the warp thrived, and former Eldari worlds became twisted reflections of their former selves. At the same time, the violent storms that had long disrupted travel across the galaxy began to subside, creating a new balance. This change allowed humanity to rise as the Emperor of Mankind launched the Great Crusade and began to unite distant worlds under a single rule. In this way, the fall of one great civilization became the foundation for another as the galaxy shifted into a new era shaped by different powers and different ambitions. After the fall, the Eldari faced a long decline, their numbers reduced and their future uncertain. On distant worlds, the Exodites adapted to harsh environments, living simpler lives that kept them grounded and resistant to the excesses that had destroyed their kin. Among the stars, the craft worlds carried what remained of their culture, preserving traditions and memories within vast, drifting vessels. Their people lived with constant awareness of the threat that followed them, always seeking to avoid the attention of the entity that now hunted their souls. Within hidden realms, others continued the old ways, embracing the same indulgences that had led to the fall, even as they understood the cost that awaited them. These were the Drukari, who sustained themselves through the suffering of others, delaying but never escaping their fate. For all Eldari, death no longer brought peace, but instead the certainty of being claimed by Slaanesh unless extraordinary measures were taken. This knowledge shaped every aspect of their existence, reinforcing the sense that their people stood on the edge of extinction. Despite this, they endured, holding on to what remained and searching for ways to survive in a galaxy that had become far more hostile than the one they once ruled. The Eldari now exist in a galaxy that no longer belongs to them, where humanity has risen to dominance through sheer numbers and relentless expansion. The Imperium spreads across countless worlds, its armies vast and unending, shaping the stars through constant conflict. Other threats have grown as well, each adding to the pressure on the dwindling Eldari population. The orcs have multiplied across the galaxy, their endless drive for battle making them a force that is difficult to contain. From beyond the edges of known space, the Tyranids have arrived, drawn by the promise of life to consume, their advance marked by overwhelming numbers and relentless adaptation. At the same time, ancient enemies stir once more as the Necrons awaken from long slumber to reclaim what they once held. Faced with such dangers, the Eldari cannot rely on numbers or brute force, and instead must depend on skill, knowledge, and careful action. Even as extinction looms closer, they remain determined, choosing to fight rather than fade quietly into nothing. When the Great Rift tore across the galaxy, it brought further upheaval to an already fragile existence, dividing regions of space and altering the balance of power. For the Eldari, this event carried deep psychic consequences, affecting them more strongly than most other species. Some craft worlds vanished during this time, their absence felt as a profound loss among those who remained. The separation caused by distance and disrupted pathways made cooperation increasingly difficult, widening the divisions between different groups of Eldari. Within their hidden routes through the webway, the effects of the warp's instability made travel uncertain, and even these once reliable passages became dangerous. Attempts to unite the fractured remnants of their people met with limited success, as old tensions and mistrust continued to grow. The emotional weight of these events lingered, shaping the thoughts and actions of the Eldari as they struggled to adapt. Many turned to battle as a way to cope with the turmoil, directing their efforts against enemies both ancient and new. Amid this chaos, new beliefs and movements emerged, offering the possibility of change, though they also deepened the divisions within Eldari society. With the changes brought by the Great Rift, the psychic abilities of the Eldari grew stronger, manifesting in new and sometimes unpredictable ways. Those who followed the structured paths of their culture were better able to control these changes, maintaining balance through discipline. Among the seers, visions became clearer and more powerful, allowing them to perceive the threats of fate with greater precision. Protective measures were used constantly, as the increased psychic activity required greater vigilance to guard against unseen threats. Even those who focused on physical skill found their abilities enhanced, as their connection to deeper forces became more pronounced. In battle, this translated into heightened effectiveness, with familiar techniques taking on new intensity. These developments did not represent something entirely new, but rather an amplification of abilities that had always been present. The Eldari adapted to these changes, using them as another means to endure in a galaxy that continued to shift around them. Among the Eldari, some believe that salvation may come through the awakening of a new god, formed from the collected souls of their people. This belief has grown into a movement that seeks to harness the power of death itself, drawing strength from what was once seen as inevitable loss. The destruction of their original pantheon left a void, with only a few remnants surviving the birth of Slaanesh. From that moment onward, the fate of every Eldari soul became tied to a single, consuming presence. To resist this, various methods were developed, including the use of spirit stones to preserve the souls of the dead within safe structures. These measures provided a form of protection, though they did not offer true freedom from the threat that followed them. The idea of Inned offered something different, a possibility that the accumulated spirits of the Eldari could form a new power capable of opposing their greatest enemy. Efforts to bring this into reality led to significant events, including a ritual intended to gather vast numbers of souls in one place. this attempt was interrupted, preventing the full awakening of the entity they sought to create. Yet it still resulted in the emergence of something new. From this came a leader who would guide those who believed in this path, uniting different factions under a shared purpose. These followers, known as the Inari, carry with them the strength of the dead, using it in their struggle to survive. For them, the end of their species is not yet certain, and within that belief they continue to act, seeking a future that might still be reclaimed. At a glance, the Eldari seem close enough to human form that the comparison feels almost natural, yet that likeness fades the longer one looks, as something deeply alien begins to surface in both presence and bearing. They stand taller than most human men, their limbs long and clean in shape, and their features hold a striking beauty that appears refined rather than familiar. Their skin carries a pale polished quality, smooth like marble, yet beneath it there is a subtle strength that does not immediately reveal itself. Their ears taper into sharp points, and their eyes are angled with a focused intensity that recalls a hunting creature rather than anything gentle or passive. Even in stillness, there is a sense that they are observing more than they show. When they began to move, the difference becomes undeniable, as each motion flows with an unnatural grace that feels precise without effort. In combat, this becomes even more apparent, where every gesture seems measured and every action carries intent that unfolds in an instant. The slow, almost relaxed motion can shift without warning into something exact and lethal, guided by reflexes that operate far beyond human limits. Looking closer, their bodies reveal further signs of this difference, as their hearts beat at a pace far quicker than those of humans, and their minds race through thought and emotion with astonishing speed. What might take a human moments to process is already understood and felt in an instant, leaving even the greatest human intellects seeming slow by comparison. Their lives stretch across centuries, often reaching beyond 1,000 standard years, untouched by illness or decay, unless ended by violence or accident. Within each of them lies a natural connection to psychic force, a quiet ability to shape and sense mental energies that defines their existence. It is said that in earlier ages they could read thoughts with ease, and those who trained their minds for war could shatter a weapon with nothing more than focused will. Even their technology reflects this nature, shaped through psychic manipulation rather than simple physical construction. Yet this same power carries a burden, as their minds are drawn toward extremes far more easily than those of humans. Every experience is amplified, whether it is the joy of mastery, the thrill of battle, or the depth of any sensation between those states. They rise to heights of achievement that feel almost transcendent, yet they are equally capable of falling into profound despair that consumes the spirit. This intensity echoes through everything they create, shaping works of art and music that feel elevated beyond ordinary expression, while also casting a shadow that threatens to overwhelm them. Their history holds the memory of what happens when such desires are left unchecked, as their ancient empire fell into ruin through excess that could not be restrained. Among them, those who pursue their psychic potential further seem to extend their lives even beyond what is already long, their lifespan growing alongside their mastery. The leaders and seers of their kind may endure for several thousand years, carrying with them knowledge shaped over ages. They often speak of humans with a quiet disdain, referring to them simply as mammals, a term that reflects both distance and judgment. In their view, they are something entirely separate from the natural order that defines other species, and perhaps something that never truly evolved in the same way. It is believed they were created by the Old Ones, shaped as a weapon against ancient enemies during a distant war, and this origin may be the reason they see themselves as apart from all others. The beings who once ruled a vast empire across the galaxy are remembered as the Eldari, their name carrying the quiet weight of a long and distant past. After the Great Fall shattered their dominion, those who endured began to shape new identities, each group choosing a name that reflected the path they had taken away from that ancient ruin. Those who fled upon the craft worlds came to call themselves the Azuryani, a name tied closely to a disciplined way of life they believed had been set before them by Azuryan, the Phoenix King. In time, they allowed others to know them by a simpler word, Eldar, a softened echo of their former name that lingered among Imperial scholars for many long ages. Elsewhere, within the hidden paths of the webway, another kind of Eldari remained behind, holding to the same indulgent ways that had once brought their people to the edge of extinction. These were the Drukhari, though outsiders often called them the Dark Eldar, a title shaped from older words and given form in a distant millennium by Astruba El-Vect of Kamara. Long before the fall, some Eldari had already turned away from the growing corruption, seeking refuge on distant maiden worlds where they might live in closer harmony with untamed lands. These became known as the Exodites, their choice guided by a quiet hope that distance might preserve what was being lost. There are also those who serve the laughing god Sikara, whose followers were shielded within the webway when the catastrophe came. In common speech, they are called the Harlequins, a name that carries only a faint reflection of its original meaning in the Eldari tongue. In more recent times, a new unity has begun to stir among these scattered kindreds through the rise of the Inari, a gathering that draws from all branches of their people. With this shift, many among the Azuryani have returned to the older name, Eldari, speaking it once again with a sense of renewal tied to the awakening of Ined, the god of the dead. Across the era Indomitus, this older name has grown more common, though the familiar term Eldar still lingers in many voices of the Imperium. When clarity is needed, the Craftworld kin are now more precisely named as Craftworld Eldari or Azuryani, while the Drukhari continue to be known by many as the Dark Eldar, a title that endures despite its distance from their own chosen words. No other intelligent species has ever truly followed the path the Eldari once took, and their way of shaping the world remains distant and unfamiliar to all who came after. To them, the works of younger races feel crude and heavy, and the methods of mankind carry a harshness that never sits easily in the Azuryani mind. In return, their own distant nature leaves little space for trust, and so both sides remain apart, each observing the other without understanding. Their creations never separate the living from the made, because in their perception, these things were never divided in the first place. The shapes they form resemble growth rather than construction, and every device seems as though it has emerged rather than being assembled. What appears as technology to others is simply another expression of life, guided into purpose through careful will. The materials they shape respond like living tissue, soft to the influence of thought and pressure, and they are formed through psychic focus rather than mechanical force. These substances do not lie still as inert matter would, but instead react and adapt as if aware of their surroundings in some quiet way. Even when a device appears complete, its function remains tied to the mind that guides it, and nothing truly operates without that connection. Among all such materials, Wraithbone stands apart as the most enduring and remarkable, grown patiently into form rather than forged through heat or labor. It bends without breaking, and when damaged, it slowly restores itself, as though remembering what it once was meant to be. This process can be guided by the careful voices of artisans known as bone singers, whose chants encourage the material to return to its intended shape with greater speed and precision. This ability to shape matter is not limited to rare specialists, as many among the Asuryani possess a natural sensitivity that allows them to influence the world around them. Through what others would call psychomorphism, they can guide raw materials into simple forms, and with effort they may work together to create more complex structures. Their hands are not always needed, as objects may drift and align through subtle force, directed only by thought. There is also a quieter gift, one that touches living growth itself, allowing them to guide plants and structures as they develop over time. In the distant past, this gentle influence shaped entire settlements where homes rose from trees and spread across vast stretches of land. These living cities reached upward into the air, forming natural shelters that carried both beauty and purpose within their design. Because of these abilities, their progress never followed the harsh rhythm of industry that defined other civilizations. There was no sudden transformation, no age of smoke and iron, only a gradual deepening of knowledge that unfolded over long stretches of time. Their craft matured alongside their own evolution, each step guided by patience rather than urgency. Through it all, their creations continued to reflect the same principle, that life and function are not separate paths, but a single, continuous process. Every form, every structure, and every tool carries that quiet unity, shaped not just by need, but by an understanding that creation itself is a living act. The tools of the Asuryani carry the same quiet precision as their creations, each one shaped with care and guided by unseen forces rather than brute strength. Their weapons do not rely on simple projectiles, but instead release streams of impossibly thin discs, each one guided by gravitic force toward its target. These blades move in bursts, almost like a whisper of motion, and they appear in many forms, from small pistols to larger cannons, and the familiar shuriken catapult. When an Eldari life comes to an end, there is always a shadow waiting beyond, and the danger of losing the soul to the hunger of the warp cannot be ignored. To guard against this fate, they rely on spirit stones, small vessels that hold the essence of the fallen at the moment of death. These stones are placed within the infinity circuit of a craft world, where the spirits remain at rest among those who came before. In times of great need, some of these spirits are called upon again, placed within constructs shaped from wraith bone, so they may fight once more. Such acts are not taken lightly, and many view this return as something deeply unsettling, a step too close to disturbing what should remain at peace. Travel itself follows a different path, as they do not rely on direct passage through the warp in the way other civilizations attempt. Instead, they move through the webway, a hidden network of pathways that connect distant points across space. These routes allow them to cross vast distances quickly, though the network itself has aged, with many passages lost or sealed over time. This system traces back to the old ones whose ancient designs shaped the foundations of this hidden realm. Yet not every destination lies within easy reach, and when a suitable gate is absent, the journey becomes more difficult, requiring careful movement between connected paths. Somewhere within this shifting network lies a hidden place of knowledge, known only to a few who guard its location closely. At the heart of their construction remains wraith bone, not only as a structure, but also as a conduit for energy and communication. It carries signals as easily as it forms shapes, and its resilience allows it to endure far beyond what other materials could withstand. Like all their creations, it continues to behave as something alive, responding to its surroundings and slowly repairing itself when damaged. There are also relics of far older wars, such as the vast Blackstone fortresses, once shaped as weapons against ancient foes. These immense constructs were designed to channel the energies of the warp itself, tearing at the fabric of space with devastating force. Though their origins lie in a distant past, they have since fallen into other hands, and their power has shaped the course of more recent conflicts in ways that still echo across the galaxy. Among the Asoriani, there are artifacts that remain as quiet echoes of a far greater age, each one carrying a fragment of the power their empire once held. These relics are rarely seen, brought forth only when necessity outweighs caution, and even then, they are handled with a sense of reverence that reflects their long history. Some of these items are shaped by legend as much as by craft, such as the bow linked to the hunts of Kurnos, where each shot seems to find the weakness hidden within its target. Others carry the memory of ancient conflicts, like the fragments of a once great blade, said to have been shattered alongside its divine bearer and later reforged into a weapon of great significance. There are also tools born from long journeys in quiet mastery, like the rifle of a wandering outcast who refined his skill across countless worlds, shaping a weapon capable of reaching distant enemies with precise intent. Some relics are tied to moments of grief, such as a single feather gifted in mourning, which endures as a means of swift movement even after ages have passed. Many of these creations carry a deeper presence, as though something within them continues to stir, whether it is a blade that burns with unending fire or a gem said to hold the warmth of countless stars. This same warmth is believed to have restored life once, and even now it is said to retain that power, offering a rare return from death itself. There are also quieter remnants, like a spirit stone that never joined the greater circuit, instead guiding others away from the mistakes that once led to ruin. Some garments do not conceal, but instead shift their wearer from sight entirely, leaving only the faintest trace of presence behind. Weapons of great force remain among these relics as well, capable of striking with power that exceeds all expectation, or resonating with energies that grow stronger under certain conditions. Others are tied to individuals who feared the loss of themselves, embedding their essence within their own creations so they might continue to protect those who walk the same path. Even the work of ancient artisans still lingers, seen in weapons that carry a fragment of their creator's spirit, leaving trails of light as they strike with remarkable speed. And among these remains there are symbols of honor and pride, objects that once marked the rise of great warriors, their brilliance drawing both admiration and danger in equal measure. Each of these relics stands as a reminder of what once was, and though many have been lost to time, those that remain are guarded closely, waiting in silence until the moment they are needed once more. As protection against the lure of excess, and as a guard against any return to the fall, the people of the craft worlds follow a strict discipline known as the path. Through this careful restraint of emotion, they turn away from sensation-seeking and guide their great intellect and energy toward a single, chosen purpose. Since the time of the fall, those who fled upon the craft worlds have lived with an unavoidable fate. Their battles for survival have been many and often violent, yet the most important struggle remains within, where the nature of their minds has not changed. They are still drawn to powerful emotions, yet they have learned to fear unrestrained experience. Indulgence is set aside, and the philosophy called the path shapes each part of their lives. In this way, their intensity is held in check, and their existence continues without endangering themselves or those near them. In adult life, each one selects a discipline and gives themselves fully to its mastery. Every discipline becomes a path, and each path may lead into deeper choices. When one has been followed long enough, it is left behind, and another is taken, allowing the soul to be nourished by each experience. Over time, many paths may be walked, and each leaves its mark upon the one who follows it. These experiences deepen their understanding, yet each carries danger, for their minds can reach beyond what others would call obsession. These dangers are often imagined as hidden traps, waiting quietly for the unwary. When focus grows so complete that change becomes impossible, the individual is said to be lost upon the path. This fate is feared, for it can come to any despite discipline and training. Among those who walk the path of the warrior, such souls become exarchs, and there are others like the Farseers and the doomed bards of Twilight who reflect similar ends. There are countless paths open before them, some simple and common, others rare and perilous. Each offers a full way of life, and even those who follow less esoteric pursuits are held in equal regard. The artisans shape the very structure of the craft worlds, bringing form to their surroundings with careful hands. From among these quieter paths, the guardian militia is drawn when the time for war arrives. The Eldari live surrounded by war, though it is not a state they would choose. Their generations are few, and each life carries great weight, so loss cannot be endured lightly. Younger minds may believe that fire and passion could restore what was lost, yet those who remember know that survival is the only true aim. Because of this, more walk the path of the warrior with each passing year, learning the arts of destruction that their nature so easily embraces. Long ago, the Phoenix Lords taught these ways to all, and so warriors arise from both male and female alike. The path itself is divided into many branches, each one a reflection of a different aspect of the war god Cain. Each of these aspects shapes the distinct style of combat with its own weapons and methods, and each is practiced within a shrine kept upon the craft world. These shrines become places of focus, where the mind and body are refined through constant discipline. When war comes, each aspect takes its place, guided by its purpose. They wear ritual battle suits and carry weapons suited to their role, from fusion guns to swift jet fighters that move with silent precision. Through endless practice, they become steeped in the nature of the aspect they follow, until it defines their presence in battle. Yet outside the shrine, they may set aside these roles and move in peace among their kin. Only the exarchs remain within the shrines, bound to them in a way they cannot escape. Some aspects exist only upon certain craft worlds, while others are known across many, forming a shared tradition among their people. In battle, each warrior plays their part with skill, and together they create a force greater than any single element. Their combined efforts bring destruction in a measured and purposeful way. With guidance from the Farseers and the command of the Autarchs, even a small group can strike with precision. The aim is always clear: to defeat the enemy without losing their own, for their numbers are too few to allow waste. Every life given in battle is a heavy cost, and such sacrifice is only made when no other path remains. In contrast, the lives of those they face are seen as having little value beside their own. At times, the discipline of the path becomes too heavy to bear, even for those who have long followed it. Some choose to leave their craft worlds, becoming outcasts who step beyond the structure that once guided them. For years or even decades, they wander without that protection, carrying the full weight of their heightened awareness. Their minds, open and unguarded, shine within the unseen realms, drawing the attention of predators and the ever-present threat of Slaanesh. Only those of strong will endure such exposure, and many return after long journeys through distant places. They travel between worlds, visiting human settlements or the distant homes of the Exodites, gathering stories and experiences along the way. These wanderers are not welcomed for long upon the craft worlds, as their presence carries risk. Their unshielded minds can draw danger, and their tales of freedom can unsettle those who still walk the path. Some feel the pull of distant horizons, and and join expeditions that vanish into the hidden passages of the webway. Many are lost to these journeys, though a few return bearing strange treasures and memories of unknown places. Among the most restless are those who become corsairs, living as raiders and explorers among the stars. They may still visit their kin, yet they also prey upon ships of many races, driven by impulses that grow less restrained over time. These fleets are feared, known for sudden violence and shifting moods that move between generosity and destruction. Their names carry weight, and their presence leaves uncertainty in its wake. To those who do not understand them, there is little difference between these outcasts and other Eldar who travel the void. Their ships appear without warning and vanish just as quickly, leaving only confusion behind. At times, they may stand beside the craft worlds against a shared threat, or receive aid in their own ventures. Such moments blur the lines further, shaping the belief that all Eldar move as one in unpredictable and dangerous ways. Beyond the more visible ways, there are many other paths that shape their lives. Some turn toward music or art, giving themselves to creation in forms that reflect their inner focus. Others devote their efforts to science or the careful refinement of technology, shaping knowledge with the same discipline found in other pursuits. These paths support their survival, even if they do not demand the same intensity as those of the seer or the warrior. Among them are those known as bone singers, who tend to the living structure of the craft worlds. They shape and repair the wraith bone that forms their surroundings, guiding it with quiet precision. There are also those who follow the path of the mariner, committing themselves to the operation of their vessels. In this way, even the act of travel becomes a disciplined practice, woven into the greater balance of their existence. Eldar war hosts move through battle like a shimmering blade, guided with quiet certainty by the minds of their leaders. Their purpose settles into a single direction, shaped by the careful vision of those who command them. Each motion feels deliberate, each strike measured, as they bring down their enemies with speed and practiced skill. At the center of this presence stand the Autarchs, figures who have walked the path of the warrior for long spans of time without surrendering to the red madness of Cain. They carry the weight of command with a steady hand, shaping the war host through discipline and experience. Close beside them, the Farseers lend their foresight, guiding each decision with a calm awareness of what is yet to come. The bond between these two is quiet but decisive, forming a shared vision that holds the war host together. Even when they remain distant from the field itself, their influence can be felt in every movement and every choice. Victory or defeat often rests within that unseen guidance, carried through the warriors who act upon it. In earlier times, war hosts could be formed entirely from aspect warriors, yet the passing ages have changed this balance. Many now rely on guardians, citizens who have set aside peaceful paths to take up arms when necessity calls. Despite this, their skill does not falter, and even a modest gathering of such fighters can stand against forces far greater in number. When defense is required, the battlefield can shift beneath the will of the Autarch as weapon platforms and ancient artillery spread fire across the ground. At the same time, swift riders and armored engines move with sudden speed, striking where the enemy is most vulnerable. Each action feels like part of a wider design, unfolding with quiet precision. Among them, the warriors of the Aspect Shrines stand apart, driven by the intense focus of their exarchs and honed to a sharper edge than any other. They're placed carefully, sent forward where their presence will cut deepest, and their impact often decides the course of the conflict. In moments of greater need, other forces answer the call, emerging from silence to join the war host. Ghostly constructs walk beside living warriors, and distant watchers take their place with steady aim. At times, even the avatar of the bloody-handed god is drawn into the struggle, its presence marking the gravity of the hour. As the final years of this age draw closer, such gatherings are no longer rare, and the war hosts take the field with growing frequency. There is an understanding that settles over them, a quiet acceptance that they must continue to fight or slowly fade from existence. In the time before the Great Fall fully took hold, there were still many among the Eldari who resisted the slow pull of excess and decay, and they remained behind in quiet defiance, trying to guide their people away from a path that could no longer be changed. Some of the greatest seers began to sense what was coming, and in those distant moments they gathered their strength and began a vast undertaking, shaping immense vessels from wraithbone. Each one grown with care and intention until it reached a scale that felt almost like a drifting world. Into these living ships they carried what could be saved, bringing with them the last uncorrupted souls, along with art, living plants, and creatures from their fading homes, preserving fragments of a civilization that could not endure. These craft worlds departed just before the end, and the exodus was so close to failure that some were caught in the psychic storm unleashed at the birth of Slaanesh, shattered by its force or dragged into the orbit of the Eye of Terror, where they remain under constant threat. Others continued onward through the void, scattered across the galaxy, their numbers uncertain and their paths often unknown, as they drift beyond easy contact and remain distant even from one another. Those who live upon these vessels call themselves the Asuriani, and they are believed to form the greater part of what remains of their kind, though no one can say how many endure within these silent, wandering worlds. Within each craft world, there are spaces that hold echoes of their lost origins, biodomes where plants and animals are tended with care, and where memory is preserved through living things rather than words alone. Though each craft world governs itself and walks its own path, there is still a quiet understanding between them, and aid may be offered when it is needed, even if disagreements sometimes grow strong enough to lead to conflict. At the heart of every craft world lies the Infinity Circuit, a vast structure of solidified psychic power where the spirits of the dead gather and remain, forming a shared consciousness that both strengthens and guides the living. In a time where Slaanesh hungers for every Eldari soul, this place has become their closest refuge after death, for any spirit that is not bound within it will be drawn into the warp and consumed by the great enemy. Because of this, the Asuryani defend their craft worlds with a quiet intensity that rarely falters, knowing that the loss of their home would also mean the loss of their souls and the end of all that they had struggled to preserve. Far out along the edges of known space, the craft world Alaitak moves in silence, its people holding tightly to their discipline as they remain ever watchful for the influence of Slanesh, more cautious than most of their kin. Life upon Alatok is shaped by strict adherence to the path, and this rigidity often leads some to leave, choosing instead to wander as rangers or corsairs, carrying their skills across the galaxy while still remembering where they came from. These rangers are known for their precision, and though they travel far from their home, they remain bound to it in quiet loyalty, returning when needed and answering the call in times of danger. Among them are the Pathfinders, whose skill surpasses even that of their peers. And when great threats arise, Alaitak gathers its scattered warriors to defend itself, drawing strength from those who have walked far from its halls. Their vigilance extends beyond the present as they continue to watch for the return of ancient enemies. And when the Necrons began to stir once more, Alaitas moved swiftly to disrupt their awakening and protect those at risk. Their symbol reflects this resolve, a blade that recalls an ancient weapon of myth, and their colors carry the same quiet determination that defines their path. Hidden beyond ordinary reach, the Black Library exists within the shifting pathways of the Webway, a place where knowledge of chaos has been gathered and preserved, even as much of it was lost when their civilization fell. It is guarded by the wisdom of Farseers drawn from many craft worlds, and protected by the Harlequins, who serve a greater purpose tied to the Laughing God, ensuring that what remains of this knowledge is neither lost nor misused. Access to this place is not easily granted, as only those who have faced the truth of chaos within themselves may pass, while others are turned away by forces they cannot overcome. Among the craft worlds, Bieltan stands apart in its focus on war, its people holding firmly to the belief that their lost empire can one day be restored, and that the path to that future begins with strength. From the moment they reach maturity, they take up the role of warriors, and only after proving themselves in battle do they move forward, shaping a society where conflict is not avoided, but embraced. Their armies are composed of highly trained forces known as the Swordwind, and they fight with a sense of purpose that leaves little room for hesitation, often coming to the aid of exodite worlds threatened by outside forces. Ionden, once vast and thriving, now carries the weight of near destruction, as it endured an assault that left much of it in ruin and claimed the lives of most of its people. In that desperate moment, a figure long absent returned, leading a force that turned the tide, though the cost remained etched into the craft world itself, with many of its halls still damaged and its population scattered. To endure, Ionden calls upon the spirits within its infinity circuit more often than others, bringing forth constructs shaped from the essence of those who have passed, allowing the dead to stand once more beside the living. Their symbol speaks of light held against darkness, a quiet reminder of hope that persists even after great loss. Messiah man moves differently from the others, having left earlier and spent long years apart, shaping a culture that values honor and strength in a more direct way. Their people are fierce and proud, and while they maintain ties with others, their way of life often leads to conflict, sometimes resolved through formal duels that still carry real consequence. Their symbol takes the form of the serpent, a creature said to exist across both physical and psychic realms, and through it they express a belief in knowledge that spans time itself. Ulthwé remains close to the Eye of Terror, held within its bowl and facing constant danger, yet it endures as a barrier against the forces that emerge from that dark region. Its people have grown hardened through constant threat, and their vigilance is reflected in the strength of their forces as they remain prepared for the conflicts that never fully fade. The unending pressure of war has shaped Ulthwé into a place where readiness is constant, and its people maintain a standing force known as the Black Guardians, whose skill reflects the demands placed upon them. Living so close to the Eye of Terror has also deepened their connection to psychic power, and many among them possess abilities that stand out even among their kind, forming a strong presence within their society. At the center of this influence lies the Seer Council, a body that guides both openly and in secret, reaching beyond their craft world to influence events among other races, especially humanity, in ways that may shift the course of fate. This practice has allowed Ulthwé to endure where others might have fallen, as their actions shape outcomes long before they fully unfold. Their symbol, known as the Eye of Isha, reflects a deeper sorrow tied to a story of separation and loss that echoes through their beliefs. It is said that Isha wept when she was parted from her children, and those tears were forged into spirit stones, giving the living a way to remain connected to something beyond their immediate world. Those who fight under this symbol carry that memory with them, holding on to a sense of what was lost and what still remains to be protected. Altanzar once lingered near the edge of the storm that reshaped everything, surviving the first shock only to be drawn into the pull of the Eye of Terror, where its struggle against chaos continued until it vanished from sight. For a long time, it was believed to be lost, though later signs suggested that it may still exist, and this uncertainty has left others wary of those who claim to come from it, as survival in such a place seems almost impossible. Ilkaith remains close to that same danger, and its people have shaped themselves through constant war, fighting against the forces of chaos with a determination that does not fade. Their history carries both creativity and conflict, as their artisans continue their work even in battle, while their campaigns against the great enemy define much of their existence. Yggdrasil follows a different path, guided by a devotion to a figure tied to knowledge and sacrifice, and its people seek out lost secrets from places that few would willingly approach. Their efforts are driven by the belief that survival may depend on what can be recovered, even if the cost is high and the path is uncertain. Kaelor remains distant and largely unknown, its past fading into obscurity, and its movements through the galaxy so rare that even those who track it do so with caution and distance. Luckanath moves with a sense of separation from others, its people drawn toward a vision of leaving the galaxy behind, seeking to claim the webway as a place where they might begin again. Their presence is often linked with roaming fleets, and their symbol reflects a memory of lost stars, holding on to a quiet idea of hope that is rarely spoken. Mimera carries the weight of its own decline, as it once stood apart from the fall, only to eventually follow the same path into ruin, leaving behind a craft world built in its final moments. For long years it remained hidden, drifting without contact, until signs of its presence emerged again, tied to distant discoveries and forgotten places. Imelok is known for its craftsmanship, shaping weapons and engines that stand among the most formidable, and its forces are supported by machines of great power. There are whispers of a weapon capable of vast destruction, though such things are not openly discussed, and its symbol reflects a belief that their fate is something they must shape themselves. Some craft worlds are known only through brief encounters or fragments of record, such as Annihilsus, which once stood alongside the Imperium during a time of war against chaos, forming an alliance that was both rare and necessary. Others remain little more than names, drifting at the edge of awareness, while a few carry reputations shaped by belief, like Dorai, whose people see themselves as untouched by the corruption that ended so much of their past. Ilsariad suffered a sudden and devastating event, when a performance meant to entertain became a gateway for something far darker, leading to a loss that struck at the heart of its people. Dalinar maintains stronger ties with others, often fighting alongside allies in shared battles, and its connection with certain Harlequins is marked by a strange consistency where actions seen elsewhere do not occur within its domain. Across these scattered names, each craft world carries its own story, shaped by isolation, conflict, or quiet persistence, and together they form a distant and fragmented presence within the galaxy. Among them, Xandros is remembered for something unique, tied to a single aspect of war that exists only within its halls, adding another small piece to a wider and fading picture. Not all craft worlds endured, and many were lost in ways that echoed through what remains, their names remembered only as fragments of a past that cannot be restored. Some fell to war, like Idare, whose destruction came through a relentless siege, leaving only a handful of survivors who carried its memory elsewhere and whose loss led to acts of retribution that reshaped other fates. Others were undone by the paths they chose, as Lunassad wandered through hidden ways that led not to safety, but into regions where the forces of chaos were already rising, and its end came swiftly as it was overwhelmed. Malantai met a different fate, consumed by a sudden and devastating assault that left it empty and drifting, later found only to reveal that nothing of value remained, and even that hollow shell was eventually set on a final course. There were those destroyed during earlier ages, when expanding powers swept across the galaxy, and their passing became part of a wider history of conflict that reached far beyond their own kind. Each loss adds to a quiet understanding among the living that survival is never certain, and that even the greatest works can fade, leaving behind only memory and the silence that follows. During the time of the fall, not all of the Eldar moved blindly into decay, and some among them began to speak quietly against the growing excess and the strange pull of hidden cults. Their warnings were often dismissed, and many were seen as rigid or misguided, yet the slow collapse around them made it clear that decline would not simply pass with time. In that realization, a few chose to leave behind their ancient worlds, seeking distant places untouched by the spreading corruption that had taken hold of their kind. These travelers were among the last who had not been altered by that influence, and their numbers had already become very small by the moment they departed. Over time, they came to be known as the Exodites, a name tied to that quiet but decisive separation. The worlds they settled carry a different feeling when compared to the vast roaming domains of other Eldar, and they are often described as simple or even rustic in contrast. Yet beneath that appearance, fragments of advanced knowledge remain, preserved in forms that feel older and more grounded in place. One such presence is the network they maintain, known there as world spirits, formed through standing stones and silent circles shaped from psychoactive crystal. Life upon these planets often follows the rhythm of land and season, with many communities tending fields or moving alongside herds that wander across open terrain. Some groups live in ways that appear almost nomadic, guided by harvests and the slow movement of animals across their territories. This way of living has shaped how others see them, and many Craftworld Eldar imagine their existence through that lens of simplicity. Even so, these lands offer refuge, and those who walk apart from Craftworld society may find a place among the Exodites who show a greater willingness to accept such wanderers. Opinions remain divided, with some viewing them as little more than a quiet remnant, while others see in them the roots of something that could grow again at the far edges of the galaxy. Among those who hold that belief, the Bealdan Craftworld stands as a strong supporter, often choosing to defend these scattered worlds when danger approaches. In times of conflict, the Exodites themselves take to battle in a manner shaped by their environment, riding great reptilian creatures across the field with steady purpose. These warriors, known as Dragon Knights, carry laser lances and wear protective armor, moving as both riders and guardians of the lands they chose long ago. The Craftworld Eldari hold tightly to their ancient stories, keeping them close as something steady and familiar across passing time. Their legends are not distant or forgotten, but spoken of often, with moments from the past quietly compared to the events unfolding in the present. Each Eldari grows up surrounded by these songs and dances, and the meaning behind them is understood without effort, like a shared memory carried by the entire race. Within these cycles, the central figures move again and again, the gods themselves, their descendants among mortals, and the terrible foes they once faced. At the center of all stands Asurian, the Phoenix King, the oldest and chief among the gods, whose presence defines the pantheon. Beside him is his brother, Kala Mensha Kane, whose nature is bound to war and destruction, a figure of relentless violence and martial strength. Not far from them is Vol, the crippled smith often imagined bound to his anvil. his craft forever tied to his suffering. Isha stands as the mother of the race, the goddess of the harvest, from whom the Eldari trace their origin. Among the goddesses, Lilith appears as the maiden of dreams and fortune, while Moriheb takes the form of the crone, ancient and worn, holding the fates of mortals within a pouch of skin. Alongside the gods are the great mortal heroes born of divine blood, who shaped the houses that still echo through the craft worlds. Eldanesh stands among them, remembered for his death at the hands of Cain, whose blood is said to still fall from the god's hands without end. His descendants, the Eldanar, endured through many generations until Inriam the Young marked their final line. In contrast, the bloodline of Ulfanash, Eldanatia's brother, continues upon the craft world Iyanden even now. When Slaanesh was born, the moment shattered the pantheon, stripping the gods of their power and leaving only two survivors. Sigora escaped through cunning, while Cain endured through sheer force, though even he could not remain whole. Their battle in the warp was vast and exhausting, and though Cain fought with all his strength, Slaanesh proved stronger in the end. Yet the victory was incomplete, and instead of being consumed, Cain was broken apart into fragments. These fragments came to rest within the cores of the craft worlds, where they became the avatars of the bloody-handed god. Even now, these forms are awakened when war calls, rising to lead the Azuriani once more. Though the Eldari still honor their gods and remember their stories, they no longer look to them for aid or intervention. Instead, a new presence began to form, quiet and distant at first, growing within the souls of the dead. Ined, the god of death, was long believed to be taking shape within the infinity circuits of the craft worlds. His awakening was hastened during the Battle of Port Demesnes, when Eldrad Ulthran performed a ritual that stirred him into partial existence. From within the Immaterium, Inead reached outward and chose Ifrain, once a corsair and gladiator, to act as his voice. Through her, the Inari were formed, seeking to unite the scattered Eldari and bring an end to Slaanesh, restoring what had been lost. Kala Mensha Cain endures as one of the few remaining gods of the ancient Eldari, a figure defined by violence and an unyielding nature that sets him apart even among his divine kin. In the old pantheon, only Asuryan stood above him in power, though his relationship with others was often marked by conflict, especially with Fall, the smith. His most infamous act came with the killing of Eldanesh, a mortal of great importance, which brought the wrath of Asuryan upon him. As punishment, Cain was cursed, so that his hands would forever drip with Eldaneshi's blood, a mark that would never fade. When Slaanesh rose into existence, the other gods were consumed one by one. Yet Cain did not yield as they had. Instead, he took up his weapon and met Slaanesh in direct battle within the Immaterium. The struggle could not be resolved through simple victory or defeat, as neither could fully overcome the other. In the end, Cain's presence in the warp was shattered, breaking apart into countless fragments. These fragments were cast out from the warp and found their way into the infinity circuits of the craft worlds, where they settled and took form. Each became an avatar of Cain, a manifestation of the war god that could be called upon in times of need. To awaken one of these avatars requires a sacrifice, the life of an exarch offered so that the god may take on a physical body. Once risen, the avatar stands as a towering being, its form of iron and molten heat, with blood still flowing endlessly from its hands. Segura, known by many names, remains as the other survivor among the ancient gods, a figure shaped by wit and artistry rather than force. His nature as a trickster set him apart, and this distance from the corruption of the old empire is said to have allowed him to endure. Some tell that he fled from Slaanesh, evading destruction through movement and deception, while others speak of him hiding behind Cain during the great battle in the warp. In the aftermath, he slipped away into the webway, a place where Slaanesh could not follow. There he remains, moving through its hidden passages, knowing every path and every door, a presence that cannot be easily traced. As the patron of the Harlequins, he stands as their guide and protector, unchanged from his original form. The Harlequins themselves follow a different path from their craftworld kin, placing their trust not in spirit stones but in their god. Upon death, they become one with his presence in the warp, their souls held within his influence. Only the solitaires stand apart from this protection, their souls claimed by Slaanesh unless Sigurd can reclaim them, a fate that hangs uncertain even under the Laughing God's watch. Asurion, the Phoenix King, stands at the beginning of all things within the Eldari pantheon, a figure associated with fire and light that defines his presence. Though he held authority over the other gods, his fate was no different when Slaanesh came into being. He too was consumed within the warp, leaving behind only the memory of his rule and the teachings he gave. Among these teachings is the path followed by the Asuriani, a way of life meant to restrain their darker impulses. It is through this connection that they take their name, calling themselves the Children of Asurion, a reflection of the guidance he once provided. Isha, the Great Mother, is remembered as the source of life for the Eldari, a figure tied closely to growth and fertility. Her story is marked by both care and suffering, shaped by events that placed her at the center of conflict. For a time, she was held captive by Cain, until Val secured her freedom through his own efforts. Even in freedom, her sorrow remained, and she is often imagined in tears, her grief tied to her separation from her children. Those tears are said to have hardened into spirit stones, objects that now protect the souls of the Asuriani after death. Through them, a trace of her presence continues to shield her people. There are also stories that speak of her survival beyond the fall of the Pantheon, suggesting that she was taken by Nurgle instead of being consumed. In these tales, she is kept within his domain, confined yet still aware. While imprisoned, she is forced to endure the diseases he creates, yet she whispers the cures to mortals whenever she can, offering quiet resistance even within her confinement. Val, the the smith of the gods, is remembered for his craft as much as for his rivalry with Cain, a conflict that shaped his fate. When Isha and Kurnus were imprisoned, it was Val who sought to free them, agreeing to forge 100 blades as payment. Time pressed against him, and as the final blade remained unfinished, he chose to conceal a mortal weapon among the others. This deception succeeded long enough to secure their release, though it did not go unnoticed forever. When Cain discovered the truth, his anger demanded a response, and Val completed his final work, the blade known as Anaris the Dawnlight. With it, he faced the war god in battle. Despite the strength of the weapon, Cain proved the stronger, and Val was left crippled. As punishment, he was bound to his anvil, a state that reflects both his skill and his suffering. Morai Hig the Crone exists as part of a trinity alongside Isha and Lilith, representing the final stage of life and the weight of knowledge. Her form is ancient and worn, and she carries the fate of mortals within a pouch made from Eldari skin. Her pursuit of knowledge led her to a strange act, one that required the involvement of Cain. Through manipulation, she persuaded him to sever her hand so that she could drink from her own blood. In doing so, she gained the wisdom she sought, while Cain received the aspect of the Banshee in return. Her severed fingers became the Crone's words, artifacts now sought for their role in awakening Inied. The worlds lost to the Eye of Terror came to be known as Crone Worlds, their name tied to her presence. Among the craft worlds, Yggdrasil is noted for its devotion to her, maintaining a close connection to her influence. Ined is spoken of as something not yet fully formed, a presence that exists as a possibility rather than a certainty. For many, the belief was that he would be born only at the end, when the last of the Asuryani falls in the final battle. At that moment, he would rise from the warp, carrying the strength of every soul held within the infinity circuits and the spirits of the exodites. With that power, he would face Slanesh and bring an end to what was begun in the fall. For thousands of years, this remained only a belief, something distant and unresolved. Then, during the Battle of Port Temesnus, Eldrad Ulthran began a ritual meant to awaken Inyed before that final moment. The ritual was interrupted, yet it was enough to stir the god into partial awakening, allowing him to reach outward. He chose Ifrain as his prophet, drawing her into a new purpose. Through her, the Inari were formed, gathering followers from many paths, all focused on restoring their race. Their goal is tied to the Crown Swords, which they seek across the galaxy. When brought together, these artifacts are meant to complete a ritual that will allow Ened to fully rise, entering the warp to confront Slanesh. Only then, it is hoped, will the Eldari be freed from their fate and begin anew. Among the many other figures of the Pantheon, Kurnus stands as the god of the hunt, often seen alongside beasts and birds that reflect his domain. As the consort of Isha and father of the Eldari, his role connects closely to both life and survival. He too was imprisoned by Cain after breaking the law set by Azorian, an act that contributed to the conflicts that followed. Lucia appears as a lesser figure, yet her connection to both Cain and Assyrian places her within the structure of the pantheon. Hoek is spoken of in quieter terms, a wandering presence tied to the webway, moving unseen across its paths since the earliest times. Lilith, as the maiden, holds her place through dreams and fortune, completing the balance among the goddesses. The cosmic serpent, known as Dromlock, exists in both material and psychic realms, a being said to understand all things across time. It is linked closely to Sigura, offering aid and even carrying him across unseen paths. Its presence is reflected in many names and symbols, carried forward by the Harlequins and echoed in the craft world Saim Han. The serpent's meaning extends beyond a single story, becoming a sign of transition, a passage from one state of existence into another. The Eldar move through the galaxy with a quiet distance from most other races, holding little warmth for those who share the stars with them. Their long history carries deep scars, and among all threats, the forces of chaos remain the most bitter and consuming in their memory. Much was taken from them, more than many other civilizations have ever lost, and that weight lingers in every encounter they choose to make or avoid. Even so, they are not entirely withdrawn from the wider galaxy, and there have been moments where trade and contact still occurred between them and other ancient races. These interactions never grow into true unity, as the Eldar do not seek to share their knowledge freely or build lasting coexistence. Instead, they remain apart, watching, engaging only when it serves their own path, and then retreating once more into their guarded existence. There was a time when the distance between mankind and the Eldar was not yet filled with open hostility, though that fragile balance did not endure. A meeting once took place upon the maiden world of Tarsus, where Fulgrim and Eldrad Ulthrin came together in what was meant to be a peaceful exchange. Fulgrim was willing to leave such worlds untouched, yet Eldrad carried a warning about Horus and the shadow of betrayal that had already begun to grow. What followed did not unfold as intended, as Fulgrim had already been touched by a hidden corruption that neither side fully understood. When Eldrad sensed this presence, the moment of peace gave way to sudden violence, and what could have been an alliance instead became a wound that never truly healed. Fulgrim saw betrayal where there had been warning, and from that point onward, trust between their peoples faded into near constant war. Still, their relationship is not one of simple hatred, as the Eldar often leave human worlds undisturbed and have even fought alongside Imperial forces when greater threats arise. There are moments where they stand together against chaos, or against forces that would consume both their civilizations alike. Yet these alliances never last, as the Eldar remain wary, sometimes striking without warning or using others to shield themselves from danger. In truth, neither side fully understands the other, and both carry a shared arrogance that keeps them apart, even when their survival depends on uneasy cooperation. The orcs are seen by the Eldar as a crude and relentless force, driven by instinct and destruction as they move from world to world, Their presence in the galaxy is like a constant storm, breaking whatever stands before them and leaving little behind but ruin. This nature has brought them into conflict with the Eldar many times across the ages. Yet within that chaos, the Eldar have found ways to turn the orcs to their advantage, shaping events so that this destructive force strikes elsewhere. Their limited understanding makes them easy to guide without their knowledge, and in this way, they have often become unwilling tools in larger designs. The Eldar do not hesitate to use them in this manner, especially when greater dangers threaten their own kind. Chaos is not simply an enemy to the Eldar, but a force that has shaped their entire existence and taken much from them in the past. Because of this, they dedicate themselves to resisting it wherever it appears, placing the struggle above nearly all others. Their actions are driven by memory as much as necessity, and every encounter with chaos carries echoes of what was lost long ago. At times, this shared thread has drawn them into brief alliances with the Imperium, as both sides recognize the danger that chaos brings to all life. These moments of cooperation are short-lived, lasting only as long as the battle demands, and once the immediate threat fades, so too does any sense of unity between them. The Tyranids are an overwhelming presence in the galaxy, a force whose origins remain unknown and whose hunger knows no end. The Eldar have committed themselves to slowing their advance, even when doing so demands heavy sacrifice from their own people. Entire conflicts have unfolded in an attempt to hold back the tide, with countless lives lost across many worlds. In some cases, their choices have been cold and calculated, as they have allowed human worlds to fall if it meant preserving their own craft worlds from destruction. Among these struggles, the battle between Iondan and Hive Fleet Kraken stands as one of the most devastating, leaving the once great craft world reduced to a shadow of what it had been. It was only through the arrival of Iriel and his forces that Iondan was spared from complete annihilation, though the cost of that survival would linger long after the battle had ended. The Eldar remembered the Necrons from a time long before the current age, when they were created to stand against them in an ancient war. That memory has not faded, and the presence of these beings remains a constant threat that the Eldar have sought to eliminate for thousands of years. Their existence is tied to a conflict that shaped the galaxy itself, and that struggle continues in different forms even now. Because the Necrons threaten all life, the Eldar have once again found themselves standing beside the Imperium in opposition to them. These alliances follow a familiar pattern, formed in the face of danger and dissolved once the immediate conflict has passed, leaving both sides to return to their separate paths. Direct encounters between the Eldar craft worlds and the Tau Empire have been rare, leaving much of their relationship uncertain and untested. If greater contact were to occur, several paths could unfold, shaped by how each side views the other and the intentions they bring. The Tau might see the Eldar as a threat to their growing empire, or attempt to bring them into their vision of unity. For the Eldar, such an offer would hold little appeal, as they see themselves as far older and far more experienced among the stars, Their history stretches back to a time before many other civilizations had even begun, and they have walked among their own gods in ways that few others can claim. This perspective makes the Tao philosophy of the greater good seem distant and naive, something that does not align with the Eldar's understanding of the galaxy. As a result, any deeper interaction between them would likely lead to tension or conflict rather than cooperation, as both sides follow paths that do not easily meet. The Avatar of Cain is not merely a warrior, but a presence that has stepped out of legend into the present moment, a fragment of a shattered God-given form through wraithbone and ritual. In the distant past, when the fall broke the Elder gods, the essence of Cain was scattered across the void, and those fragments came to rest within the living hearts of the craft worlds. From these relics, the Eldar can call him forth when all other paths narrow, and when survival hangs on the edge of extinction. When he awakens, the Avatar moves like something remembered rather than born, his form burning with heat that does not fade, his eyes glowing with a steady red that never softens. Smoke coils around him, drifting like a crown of ash, and the thick red ichor that marks him falls in slow drops from his hand. In his grasp rests the wailing doom, and its presence alone feels like a promise already fulfilled. Those who march beside him do not hesitate, for their fear dissolves into something sharper, something eager, and in those brief moments they become more than they were before, carried forward by a hunger that feels ancient and absolute. Where the Avatar embodies fury, the Autarch reflects control, a figure shaped by many lives, walked along many paths, each one taken and then left behind. Unlike those who commit themselves to a single aspect, the Autarch gathers knowledge from each shrine, learning their rituals and their ways of war, and carrying those lessons forward into a wider vision. With every departure from a shrine, a single piece of war gear is chosen through a quiet and solemn rite, and it remains with the Autarch as both tool and memory. This breadth of understanding allows the Autarch to guide an entire war host, as if it were a single being, each element moving in harmony without wasted motion. They do not remain distant from the fight, for their mastery extends beyond command, and they often stand at the front, meeting enemy leaders face to face, or breaking through machines with deliberate force. Their role is not only to lead battles, but to shape the survival of their people through clarity and precision. The Farseer walks a far more uncertain path, one that stretches into the shifting depths of the warp, where every thought can echo with danger. Those who follow this path risk becoming bound to it forever, their identity reshaped by what they see and what they must endure. Through the casting of wraithbone runes, they study the branching skeins of time, tracing possibilities that ripple outward from the smallest choice. These visions do not arrive as certainties, but as patterns that must be read with care, and even then the future resists clarity beyond a certain distance. Yet within those limits, the Farseers guide their craft worlds, adjusting the course of events so that survival remains possible, even when the path ahead narrows to a fragile thread. Among them stand the warlocks, figures who once walked the path of the warrior and now carry that experience into their psychic discipline. Their past shapes their present, allowing them to channel destructive power with a focus that others cannot easily match. When battle calls, they return to the shrines of their former lives, taking up the symbols of that past and stepping once more into the divided state of mind that defines their role. In the midst of combat, they move with purpose, casting runes that strengthen their allies and unravel their enemies, their presence marked by a crackling force that extends beyond their reach. Their connection to both paths gives them a unique place among the Eldar, standing between reflection and violence and carrying the weight of both. The Phoenix Lords are figures that blur the line between life and memory, warriors whose existence continues through armor that carries both spirit and identity across time, each one founded an aspect shrine, shaping the way of war for those who would follow and embodying a fragment of Cain's nature within their form. When one falls, the armor is taken up by another, and the essence within it merges with the new bearer, continuing a legacy that does not end. A sermon stands at the beginning of this lineage, the first and oldest among them, whose name carries the meaning of the hand of Assyrian. His path led him away from the collapse of the old empire, guiding his people into exile as the Eye of Terror came into being. From that moment, he established the Shrine of Assur, and from it, the Dire Avengers emerged, shaping a way of war that remains widespread among the craft worlds. Karendras moves in a different shadow, known as the Shadow Hunter, and his story carries echoes of betrayal and loss. The one who came before him, Ara, turned away from his kin and brought ruin upon the first shrine, scattering those who remained loyal. Karendras followed in the wake of that fall, becoming a figure defined by stealth and silence, shaped by the legacy of what came before. Jainsar carries the name of the Storm of Silence, and her presence reflects a different aspect of war, one bound to speed and precision. She was the first to stand beside a sermon, and the first of her kind to become an exarch, bound forever to the path she chose. Through her, the howling banshees took form, embodying a style of combat that relies on movement and fear. Fugen, known as the Burning Lance, learned his craft within the Shrine of Assur, and later became the guiding force behind the Fire Dragons. His path was marked by disappearance and return, as he was thought lost when the shrine was destroyed, only to reappear in a later battle that carried great weight. His future is spoken of in the Assyriata, where he is said to call the Phoenix Lords together for a final conflict that will shape the fate of their people. Baharoth, the Cry of the Wind, moves with unmatched speed, a figure whose presence is tied to the skies and the swooping hawks he leads. His movements are described as both gentle and overwhelming, shifting from quiet motion to sudden force without warning. Magan-Ra, the Harvester of Souls, carries a darker legacy tied to the lost craft world of Altanzar, which vanished into the Eye of Terror. Long after he returned, leading a daring effort to bring its remnants back from that place, denying a greater victory to his enemies and restoring what was thought beyond reach. Irilith, the Shade of Twilight, stands as a reminder of what can be lost and found again, tied to the shadow specters who vanished for many years. When they returned, they carried with them the armor that bore his essence, and with it the hope that other lost fragments of their culture might one day be restored. The striking scorpions move with a quiet certainty, their presence hidden until the moment it can no longer be ignored, and their strikes delivered with sudden force. They embody a form of wrath that does not announce itself, closing the distance unseen before releasing their attack in close combat. Their mandiblasters, set within their helms, add a sudden burst of energy to each strike, triggered with a thought that needs no pause. The fire dragons carry a different expression of war, one that leans fully into destruction, guided by flame and heat that leaves little behind. Their focus is narrow and absolute, directed toward the elimination of their targets, whether those targets stand within armor or behind fortified walls. In their hands, their weapons become extensions of that purpose, and the devastation they create is something they accept without hesitation. The howling banshees move with speed and precision, their strength not in force but in timing and control, each strike placed with careful intent. Their war cry cuts through the moment of engagement, a sound that unsettles and weakens those who hear it, and their presence reflects a form of fear that arrives before the strike itself. Among them, the Harlequins stand apart, belonging to no single path, yet moving freely between them all. They travel through the webway, appearing where they choose, their brightly colored forms and fluid movements marking them as something different. Through their masks, they retell the history of their people, shaping memory into performance and carrying those stories across places and time. The dire Avengers carry a sense of balance within their role, standing as both disciplined and relentless, and forming the core of many Eldar forces. Their approach to combat is steady and controlled, allowing them to adapt where needed, and their presence reflects a form of warfare that does not waver under pressure. Rangers move far from the center of their craft worlds, choosing a path that takes them into the unknown, where survival depends on skill and awareness. Their long rifles allow them to strike with precision, targeting weak points that others might miss, and their role often shapes the flow of battle before it fully begins. Guardians stand as a reminder that every Eldar carries the weight of war, even those who would prefer a quieter life. When the time comes, they take up arms, forming the larger body of their forces and bringing with them the experience of lives lived beyond the battlefield. Their roles extend beyond combat, as they also guide and crew the machines that support their war hosts. Wind Riders move across the battlefield with speed that borders on sudden appearance, their jet bikes carrying them across great distances in moments. Their control of flight becomes a defining part of their identity, and their attacks are delivered with a rapid precision that leaves little time for response. The shining spears ride into battle with a clarity of purpose that sets them apart, their movements guided by a sense of unity with their machines. Their jet bikes carry them forward with speed and direction, and their strikes land with a force that reflects the legends they embody. Above them, the swooping hawks move through the air with ease, their wings lifting them into positions that shift as quickly as thought, Their attacks fall from above, sudden and precise, and their presence carries a sense of retribution that lingers beyond the moment of impact. The warp spiders move in a different way, stepping through the immaterium in brief and rapid jumps that make their position uncertain. They appear where they are needed, strike, and then vanish again, leaving behind only the result of their attack. The Crimson Hunters take this movement into the skies, their fighters becoming extensions of their will, and their role defined by precision at a distance. Their shrines do not rest upon the ground, but drift at the edges of their craft worlds, reflecting a form of warfare that exists beyond the surface. The Hemlock Wraith Fighter carries a more troubling presence, its power drawn from the combined psychic force of its pilot and the spirits bound within it. Those who guide it risk losing themselves to the voices that surround them, and the cost of its use remains present long after the battle ends. Viper squadrons move quickly across the field, their craft balancing speed with firepower, and their presence often shifting the flow of combat. Their movement rarely slows, and their attacks come from positions that change before they can be answered. The Dark Reapers stand with a quiet inevitability, their presence marked by armor that reflects their role as bringers of destruction. They move less than others, but their purpose does not require speed, as their fire reaches across the battlefield with a steady and lethal rhythm. Support weapon platforms, known as Fall's Wrath, carry a different kind of force, one that is shaped by precision rather than volume. These machines deliver their attacks with methods that differ from other races, relying on advanced technology to achieve results that feel almost unreal. The D-cannon opens a brief passage into the warp, drawing its targets into a space that cannot be endured, and leaving little behind. The vibro cannon shakes the ground itself, sending waves that tear through both terrain and those who stand upon it. The Shadow Weaver releases a drifting web of monofilament strands, descending slowly before cutting through whatever it touches. The Cobra moves with a quiet dominance, its form carrying a weapon that bends reality at the point of impact, and its role focused on breaking the strongest opposition. Its design reflects the broader nature of Eldar machines, where elegance and lethality exist together without conflict. The Falcon serves as a more familiar presence, carrying both warriors and weapons into the field and shifting between roles as needed. Its speed allows it to avoid what it cannot endure, and its armament provides the means to respond where needed. The Fire Prism alters this approach, focusing its energy through a crystal array that can either spread its effect or concentrate it depending on the need. When multiple vehicles act together, their combined fire reaches a level that becomes difficult to withstand. The firestorm turns its attention to the skies, filling the air with precise and sustained fire, while still retaining the ability to carry warriors into battle. The Night Spinner releases its web-like payload from above, disrupting movement and forcing enemies into hesitation. The Scorpion stands as one of the largest of these machines, its presence defined by both size and power, and its movement carrying a sense of weight despite its speed. It glides into battle with a calm that contrasts with the destruction it delivers. the Warwalker moves with a light and deliberate step, guided by a single pilot whose mind connects with the presence within the machine. This connection, shaped by a spirit stone, sharpens their awareness and allows their actions to flow with greater precision. The Wraith Guards stand as vessels for the spirits of the fallen, their forms shaped from wraith bone and their purpose carried forward from lives already lived. Their weapons open small tears into the warp, and their resilience allows them to endure what living warriors cannot. Among them, the Wraith Blades carry a more intense presence, their movements driven by a contained anger that surfaces in battle. Their blades leave traces of light as they strike, and their focus remains fixed until their purpose is fulfilled. The Wraith Lord rises above them, a larger and more imposing form that holds the spirit of a hero and moves with a strength that reflects that legacy. Its presence is both steady and overwhelming, a figure that stands apart from the smaller constructs around it. The Wraith Knight moves with surprising agility for its size, stepping across ruins and broken ground with ease, and carrying weapons that can reshape the battlefield. Within it, a living pilot shares space with the spirits of the dead, bound together in a form that bridges both states. The Wave Serpent carries warriors across the field with a quiet efficiency, its design reflecting both protection and movement in equal measure. Its structure allows it to hold a group of Eldar within, bringing them forward or drawing them away when needed. At its front, an energy shield absorbs and redirects incoming force, reducing the impact of what would otherwise strike with greater harm. Its weapons remain ready as it moves, allowing it to contribute to the battle, even as it fulfills its role as a transport, and its presence remains a steady part of the Warhost's advance. When first seen against the vast shapes of Imperial cruisers and battleships, the vessels of the Eldari can seem fragile, almost delicate in their form, with long masts rising outward to carry sail like collectors that gather the light of distant stars. Their hulls curve in smooth and rounded lines, forming shapes that feel organic in nature, neither rigid nor harsh. And though unfamiliar, they remain far removed from the unsettling forms of Tyranid craft. Those who encounter them for the first time often misjudge what they see, believing such vessels to be easy targets for heavy weaponry. Yet this quiet assumption fades quickly once their true nature becomes clear. The Eldari are among the most skilled travelers of the void, and their ships carry technologies that surpass Imperial understanding, existing far beyond the reach of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The very body of each vessel is not forged from metal, but grown from wraith bone, a substance shaped by bone singers who guide it into form through careful craft, allowing it to become armor, structure, and even fast starships that stretch across great distances. This material is resilient and difficult to damage, and it carries within it a subtle awareness, replacing the functions of mechanical systems through its psychic nature. There is also a quiet protection within it, a shielding presence that offers some defense against the dangers of the warp, giving both vessel and crew a measure of safety that feels almost instinctive. Movement through the void is achieved not by crude engines, but through great solar sails that gather energy from starlight, allowing the ships to travel with remarkable speed and grace. Smaller craft may carry a single sail, while larger ones spread 2 or 3 outward, giving them the distant appearance of winged forms gliding silently through space. In place of conventional shielding, these ships rely on hollow fields that distort perception, scattering false images across the void so that enemies struggle to find the true vessel among shifting reflections. This illusion makes them difficult to strike, yet there remains a quiet vulnerability, as any attack that does connect can find its mark without the protection of heavy shielding. Even with all their refinement and elegance, these vessels do not possess the sheer layered endurance of Imperial construction, and so their strength lies not in enduring damage, but in avoiding it entirely. In the quiet that follows all of this, the Eldari remain as they have become, not the rulers of a galaxy, but its witnesses, its remnants, and its memory. What once spanned countless stars now endures within isolated craft worlds, drifting far from the places where their empire first took shape. They carry with them more than survival. Within their vessels lie the preserved echoes of a civilization that once shaped reality through will and understanding, now reduced to fragments held carefully against the passing of time. Every path they walk, every choice they make, is measured against the knowledge of what came before. The ancient empire is gone, but it has not fully faded. Its influence lingers in the hidden passages of the webway, in the scars left upon the warp, and in the silent presence of those who still remember what was lost. The Eldari move through a galaxy that no longer belongs to them, yet one that still bears the marks of their existence. Among the stars, their craft worlds continue their slow journey, vast and self-contained, carrying entire worlds within their hulls. They are not places of conquest, but of preservation, where discipline has replaced excess, and restraint stands where once there was indulgence without limit. Yet even now, they are not without purpose. Some seek survival through caution and foresight, others through change, and others still through paths that echo the choices that once led to their fall. Across all of them remains the same quiet truth, that their fate has not yet been fully decided. In this age of endless war and shifting power, the Eldari endure not through strength of numbers, but through memory, skill, and an unyielding will to continue. They are the last echoes of a star-dominating race, carrying forward what remains of a fallen civilization. And as their world ships drift through the darkness, lit from within against the vastness of space, they stand as both warning and reminder. Even the greatest of empires may fall, and that what endures after is shaped not by power, but by what is chosen in its absence. Beings who once ruled a vast and ancient empire across the galaxy are known as the Eldari, a name that carries the weight of countless years and a memory of lost grandeur. After the fall, those who survived the cataclysm began to call themselves by new names, each one shaped by the path they had chosen and the place they now occupied. Among them, Those who escaped aboard the great craft worlds came to be known as the Asuryani. Their identity tied closely to a disciplined path they believed had been set before them by their chief god, Asuryan. In time, they chose to present themselves to others under a simpler name, Eldar, and this name slowly spread beyond their own kind, used widely by the Imperium to describe the entire species. Not all Eldari turned away from their past in the same way, and some remained within the hidden paths of the webway, continuing the indulgent practices that had once brought them to ruin. These became known as the Drugari, though outsiders often call them Dark Eldar, a name that traces back to a phrase shaped long ago in their own tongue. Elsewhere, far from the remnants of their fallen empire, some had already chosen a quieter existence on distant worlds, seeking distance from the growing corruption they once witnessed. These are remembered as the Exodites, living in isolation on their chosen worlds. There are also those who serve the laughing god, Sigurd, protected in ways others were not during the fall, and they are known as the Harlequins in the common tongue. Their presence moves between the remnants of their people, carrying echoes of stories and survival. In more recent times, a new unity has begun to form among different kindreds, and with it, a return to the older name Eldari, as some believe their kind may yet rise again with the awakening of their god of the dead, Ined. Even so, older terms remain in use, and the people of the craft worlds may still be called Eldar, or more precisely Asuryani, depending on who speaks and what is remembered. The Drugari move through the hidden paths of the webway like silent hunters, striking from darkness before fading away again without warning. To them, the peoples of the galaxy are not rivals or equals, but helpless prey to be taken and broken at their will. They are a distorted reflection of their craft world kin, shaped by a different path that leads ever deeper into cruelty and excess. Within the impossible expanse of Gamora, a vast and shifting city that exists beyond the bounds of real space, they dwell among endless spires and shadowed domains where suffering is constant and deliberate. Their existence is bound to pain, not only the pain they inflict, but the pain they must harvest to endure. They feed upon anguish and misery, drawing strength from the torment of others as they wage an unending war across the galaxy. Once gifted with powerful psychic abilities, they abandoned that path and turned instead toward physical perfection. Their speed is unnatural, their movements precise and fluid, and their confidence borders on arrogance that few can match. Combined with their mastery of cruel and advanced sciences, this makes them one of the most dangerous forces that lurk within an already hostile galaxy. Long before their current form, the Drugari were part of a vast and powerful civilization that stretched across the galaxy. The Eldari Empire stood at a height few species could even comprehend, with knowledge and mastery that allowed them to shape worlds and dim stars at their will. Life within that empire became effortless, and over time, the absence of struggle led to a quiet decay. Freed from all necessity, the Eldari turned inward, seeking new sensations and experiences to escape the slow weight of endless existence. Their minds were sharper and their emotions deeper than those of any other race, which meant that every pleasure and every sorrow was felt with overwhelming intensity. This sensitivity, once a gift, began to guide them toward ever more extreme pursuits. The search for meaning shifted into a search for sensation, and the pursuit of fulfillment became the pursuit of excess. Pleasure cults formed, drawing more and more followers into rituals that pushed beyond restraint and reason. Violence crept into these practices, first as novelty, then as necessity, until the suffering of others became a source of fascination. Entire segments of their society gave themselves fully to these indulgences, abandoning restraint in favor of endless escalation. Some among the Eldari saw the path ahead and recoiled from it, leaving behind their home worlds to seek isolation or discipline elsewhere. Yet for those who remained, the descent continued without pause. As their actions intensified, their psychic nature began to echo beyond the material realm. Every sensation, every act of indulgence resonated within the warp, gathering into something unseen but growing. Unnoticed at first, that presence slowly took form, shaped by the collective excess of an entire civilization. Within the warp, the echoes of the Eldari's indulgence gathered strength over long ages, forming a presence that fed upon their emotions and grew with each passing moment. It was not sudden, but inevitable, as countless acts of excess poured into the immaterium and gave shape to something vast and hungry. That presence became aware, coalescing into a single intelligence with a boundless appetite for the souls of its creators. When it finally awakened, it did so with a force that shattered the balance of the galaxy. This was the birth of Slaanesh, the Dark Prince of Pleasure, known among the Eldari as She Who Thirsts. To them, the being was not distant or abstract, but deeply personal, tied to their existence in a way they could never escape. When Slaanesh came into being, the effect upon the material universe was immediate and devastating. A psychic shockwave tore across the galaxy, reaching into every corner where the Eldari still lived. In a single terrible moment, the souls of countless Eldari were ripped from their bodies and consumed, leaving only ruin behind. Entire worlds vanished into the warp, becoming lost and broken remnants of what they once were. The center of their empire collapsed into a vast and unstable rift, which would come to be known as the Eye of Terror. It marked not only the end of their civilization, but the beginning of a long and lingering suffering. Those who had fled far enough survived, as did those hidden deep within the webway. These survivors did not escape unchanged, as the presence of Slaanesh still reached for them, draining their souls slowly rather than all at once. For those within the webway, a grim solution emerged. By inflicting pain upon others, they could sustain themselves, drawing strength from suffering that was not their own. Through this cruel balance they endured, becoming something darker and more twisted than before. They would come to be known as the Drukari, sustained by torment and bound to an endless hunger that could never truly be satisfied. Kamara began as a great hub within the webway, a place of passage and connection that held immense importance for the ancient Eldari. Its independence allowed it to grow without restraint, drawing those who sought secrecy and freedom from oversight. Over time, it expanded beyond its original bounds, consuming nearby realms and incorporating them into its ever-growing structure. Wealth and influence flowed into the city, shaping it into a vast and layered domain of power. After the fall, it became something far more sinister. Survivors gathered within its depths, bringing with them the practices and beliefs that had led to their downfall. The city transformed into a place defined by cruelty and excess, where suffering was not hidden but cultivated. Raids into real space became constant as the Drukhari captured slaves and returned with them to feed their endless need. Within Gamorra, entire regions exist as territories of powerful cabals, each guarding its domain fiercely and responding violently to intrusion. Strange and shifting realms surround the city, appearing close one moment and distant the next, creating a sense of instability that few could navigate safely. Those who dwell there continue the traditions of their ancestors, indulging in acts that sustain their bodies even as their souls slowly decay. Over many ages, Gamorra continued to grow, shaped in no small part by the influence of one individual who rose from the lowest position to absolute dominance. Astruba Elfect began as a slave, yet through calculated ambition and careful planning, he established himself as a force that could not be ignored. He formed the Cabal of the Black Heart, building a network of power that challenged the established noble houses of the city. Rather than confronting them directly, he devised a plan that would use an external force to weaken his rivals. By increasing raids upon Imperial territory, he drew attention to a hidden webway portal that lay within a region already marked by unexplained losses. The Imperium, slow to respond, eventually sent a strike cruiser to investigate. That vessel was captured and dragged into Gamorra, creating a situation that would draw even greater attention. Within the city, the prize was coveted, and rival factions moved to claim it for themselves. Vect allowed events to unfold carefully, feeding expendable forces into conflict while positioning himself to benefit from the chaos. His actions set the stage for a much larger confrontation, one that would reshape the balance of power within the Dark City. The arrival of Imperial reinforcements brought sudden violence to Gamorra, as strike cruisers emerged through the webway and unleashed their forces into the heart of the city. Drop pods fell from the sky, crashing through structures and scattering defenders as Space Marines established their foothold. The battle spread quickly, drawing in warriors from across the Dark City, each eager to engage in the chaos. Streets burned and towers fell as both sides fought with relentless intensity. Despite the scale of the conflict, the objective of the Space Marines remained focused, and they succeeded in freeing their captured vessel. With their mission complete, they withdrew, leaving devastation behind. In the aftermath, the old noble houses were broken, their power shattered by the invasion and the events that led to it. Into the void left behind stepped Vect, who had orchestrated much of what had occurred. Through careful manipulation and open acknowledgement of his role, he established himself as the supreme overlord of Kamura. From that point onward, his influence tightened steadily, shaping the city according to his will. Far from the heart of Kamura, the Drukhari continue their existence through hidden routes that stretch across distant regions of space. In the Calixes sector and the Coronis expanse, these pathways are fractured and unstable, shaped by the pressure of the warp. Among these broken passages lies a rare place of stability, known as the Nexus of Shadows. Built upon an ancient structure called the Galen Sphere, it serves as a base for several cabals that operate far from the Dark City. The sphere itself is vast, its surface covered with structures and remnants of long-forgotten technology. Its origins remain unclear, as does the reason it now rests within the webway. Drukhari forces use this location as a hub for raids and trade, returning with captives and resources gathered from nearby regions. Their presence brings constant danger to those who travel these areas, as attacks can come without warning and vanish just as quickly. Within these frontier regions, their influence is less controlled and their actions more unpredictable, making them a persistent threat to all who cross their path. Within the Nexus of Shadows, power is as unstable as the environment itself, shifting between leaders through conflict and betrayal. Salain Morn once ruled there, shaping the outpost into a place of influence and trade. Her control was eventually taken from her by an ally who turned against her, forcing her into exile once more. Such changes meant little to most inhabitants, as leadership in Drukhari society rarely brings relief or stability. Despite her exile, Salain remains a figure of quiet menace, her presence difficult to ignore and her intentions carefully concealed. She continues to pursue influence through indirect means, using those under her command to rebuild what she has lost. Her approach reflects the nature of Drukhari society, where power is never secure and survival depends on constant vigilance and calculation. The rise of Ivrain brought disruption to Kamura, as forces beyond the control of its rulers began to influence the city. A disturbance within the warp opened pathways that allowed demonic entities to enter, threatening the fragile order that had been maintained. As Truba Elvecht could not ignore this challenge, yet he chose not to confront it directly. Instead, he moved through layers of influence, guiding others to act without revealing his own involvement. Conflict spread throughout the city as factions turned against one another, some seeking to oppose the new movement while others embraced it. These struggles were not unusual in Kamra, though their scale and intensity marked them as something different. Efforts to eliminate Ivrain continued through indirect means, including the use of skilled warriors and mercenaries. Even with such measures, she endured, protected by forces that could not easily be overcome. The result was a prolonged state of tension as the influence of her cause continued to spread despite resistance. Among the allies of Vecht were those who shaped flesh and form, creating punishments that were as psychological as they were physical. One such method involved reshaping individuals into forms they found deeply repulsive, altering their identity and presence entirely. This transformation became a tool within a larger plan, used to deceive and manipulate events beyond the Dark City. On a distant world, a gathering of Eldari was drawn into a carefully arranged trap. Forces from the Imperium closed in, while Drukhari warriors emerged from hidden pathways, creating a situation from which escape seemed impossible. The attack was coordinated and deliberate, designed to inflict maximum damage. Only the sudden appearance of a powerful entity allowed a portion of the defenders to escape, breaking the encirclement and retreating into the webway. The event stood as another example of the lengths to which the Drukhari would go, using deception and cruelty to pursue their goals without restraint. Fiercely intelligent and deeply devious, the Drukhari exist in a state where pain is not avoided, but embraced, and where the suffering of others becomes a vital sustenance that shapes their every action across spans of time that stretch far beyond a mortal lifetime. Their potential, once vast and luminous, has been turned toward darker ends, refined slowly over countless years as they perfect their cruel and shadowed crafts within a realm that knows no true sunlight. They see themselves not as fallen, but as rightful heirs to an ancient legacy, regarding their craft-world kin with open contempt and dismissing others as prey unworthy of respect or thought. In turn, those distant kin view the inhabitants of Kamara as a reminder of a path they abandoned, and though their hatred rarely softens, there are rare moments when greater threats force them into uneasy alignment. Among their own kind, physical form reflects both elegance and lethality, with tall and lithe bodies shaped by constant conflict and refined into instruments of war that move with unsettling grace. Their pale skin carries the stillness of a corpse, untouched by natural light, and though their outward presence may seem magnificent, the truth beneath is far darker when seen through senses attuned to the soul. Within the hidden essence of their being, there is decay and malice, a twisted reflection of what once was, and an enduring hatred that burns cold and constant toward all other life. From early existence, they learn that survival demands merciless action, and that hesitation or compassion invites swift destruction in a society where cruelty is not only accepted, but required. There is little concern for distinctions of strength or gender, as intellect and skill alone determine worth, and their senses sharpen to a level that borders on paranoia, allowing them to detect even the faintest disturbance in their environment. It is said they perceive fear itself as something tangible, something that can be tasted, heard, and followed with unerring precision. Generations of unending violence have made them instinctive warriors, yet their connection to psychic power has withered, abandoned out of necessity to avoid drawing the attention of a presence that hungers for them above all others. Though some have tested these forbidden paths, the consequences are so severe and prolonged that few would ever risk such transgression more than once. In battle, their methods are refined to an extreme, blending advanced technology with cruel ingenuity, creating weapons that do not merely kill, but prolong suffering in ways that satisfy their darkest desires. Their armor itself becomes an extension of this philosophy, layered with blades and edges that serve as both defense and instrument of torment. When they emerge from their shadowed domain, they do so with precision and sudden violence, descending upon their targets through hidden pathways that open without warning and close just as quickly when resistance grows too strong. Their assaults are swift and overwhelming, with forces descending from ornate craft to engage directly in slaughter, leaving behind chaos marked by blood and destruction. For them, the act of breaking a body is only part of the experience, as the true reward lies in the collapse of the mind and spirit, where resistance fades and control becomes absolute. Captives are not granted mercy easily, and many are reshaped into grotesque creations, their existence extended in forms that serve as both decoration and reminder of their captor's power. Others meet a different fate, reduced entirely and consumed in ways that blur the line between sustenance and indulgence, reinforcing the cycle that defines Drukhari existence. Even within their own ranks, cooperation during raids is driven not by trust, but by necessity, as success ensures survival in the ever-shifting politics of their city. These raids are carefully planned, executed by the most capable among them, and focused not only on destruction, but on the capture of those whose suffering will sustain them further. Upon returning, the spoils are divided, traded, or used in countless ways that all serve the same purpose, prolonging their existence while deepening their dependence. Over time, a growing need takes hold, an unrelenting hunger that demands ever more intense suffering from others, and this need shapes their behavior more than any code or belief ever could. To endure this growing hunger, the Drukhari draw upon the emotions of others, consuming the anguish and fear released by sentient beings as a means of sustaining themselves against a force that steadily drains them from within. This act may serve to satisfy that presence which feeds upon them, or it may instead restore something lost within their own essence, though the true nature of this exchange remains uncertain even to them. Should they fall in death, there is no escape, as their souls are claimed entirely, leaving nothing behind but the certainty of what awaits those who fail to sustain themselves. Though they can live for immense spans of time, their continued existence depends upon a constant supply of suffering, and without it, the end comes not through age, but through consumption. By drawing in the essence of others, they are able to reverse the passage of time upon their own bodies, restoring vitality and delaying the inevitable fate that would otherwise claim them. This reliance shapes their actions, driving them to raid, to capture, and to harvest, ensuring that they never lack the source required to continue. Those taken during their incursions become the means by which this cycle continues, their suffering transformed into sustenance, and their existence reduced to a resource that feeds the endless need of their captors. Among the Drukhari, those who are born in a natural way are few, as the long gestation of their kind makes such births uncommon and difficult to sustain. These rare individuals, known as trueborn, come into the world through their mothers, and this alone sets them apart in the eyes of their people, shaping how they are seen and how they carry themselves through the dark city. Because of this origin, they are often tied to ancient noble bloodlines, and this connection grants them a place of privilege that few others can claim. There is a quiet certainty in how they regard themselves, a belief that they stand above the rest, especially when they look upon those who were not born as they were. Most Drukhari are created within amniotic gestation tubes, brought into existence through artificial means that sustain the vast population of Gomorrah, a necessity in a society where death is frequent and unrestrained. These individuals are called half-born by the trueborn, a name that carries disdain, and it shapes the roles they are often forced to accept. Many of these half-born find themselves in servitude, bound to labor or reduced to lives that offer little chance of advancement unless they can seize an opportunity within the rigid and unforgiving hierarchy of their world. The divide between them and the trueborn remains, ever present, reinforced by both custom and cruelty. Trueborn rarely mix with those they consider lesser, instead forming their own groups within the cabals, where they serve as elite warriors. They moved alongside their Archon as an honored guard, chosen not only for their skill but for their lineage, forming a presence that is both protective and imposing. Their armaments reflect this status, as they carry advanced weapons that mark them apart from other warriors. The Shard Carbine is among these, a weapon that blends elements of the Splinter Rifle and the Splinter Cannon, trading range for a more focused and devastating output suited to their style of combat. Alongside these, they wield dark lances, splinter cannons, blasters, and shredders, each chosen to maximize destruction and ensure that their presence on the battlefield is unmistakable. Their role is not only to defend, but to dominate, to leave a lasting impression of power and precision. Led by a Drakon, these warriors form a tightly bound and exclusive unit, one that does not allow the half-born into its ranks. They carry their weapons not just for protection, but to indulge in the violence that defines their existence, using every tool at their disposal to spread pain and devastation. When they engage the enemy, there is a deliberate display in their actions, a controlled storm of firepower that cuts through opposing ranks and leaves shattered vehicles and broken bodies behind. In this, they find satisfaction not only in victory, but in the spectacle of destruction that follows in their wake. Among the Drukhari, there is a quiet certainty that the Eldari gods perished in the fall, and that their weakness proved they were never worthy of existence. It is often recalled that these gods could not withstand the rise of Slaanesh, and that failure is held with deep contempt rather than sorrow. Yet not all names are spoken with the same bitterness, as Kayla Mencha-Kane still holds a place of respect within Gomorrah, remembered as a figure of war who endured when others did not. Alongside this memory, there remain the Dark Muses, lesser powers who linger in whispered devotion, bound to the very vices that eroded the old pantheon. These figures are said to have once been powerful Drukhari, long since passed into legend, their identities softened into something like sacred folklore. Many among them are tied to a single form of selfish indulgence, and it is believed that through such practices, the strength of the Eldari gods was slowly undone. In certain circles, assassins and murderers turn their thoughts toward Shaimesh, known as the Lord of Poisons, and remembered as the treacherous brother of Siaman, the Cosmic Serpent. Elsewhere, the Kurdisan elite of the cult of Lamea offer quiet homage to Lilitu, called the Consort of the Void, while archons of great influence often align themselves with the tenets of Vilith, whose nature reflects the immense arrogance so common among the Drukhari. Before battle begins, many traditionalist witch cults invoke the presence of the red-crone Hecate or make careful sacrifices to Kalei, mistress of blades, as part of rites that feel both ancient and deliberate. There is also a lingering belief that Astruba El Vect, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart, may one day be counted among these dark muses, though his repeated defiance of death suggests that such a transformation may lie far in the future. The Drukhari rely on forms of technology that feel distant and refined, shaped through ages of cruel intent and careful design. Their devices move without weight and strike with unseen force, and though psychic tools still exist among them, they no longer trust their own minds to touch the warp. That danger is always present, and for souls already hunted by Slanesh, even a moment of contact carries quiet doom. Within Camorra, those who still wield psychic gifts are reduced to objects of amusement, their suffering drawn out in ways that reflect the nature of their captors. The tools of the Drukhari are not grown from the warp like the wraithbone of their distant kin, yet they hold an equal level of mastery, shaped instead through craft and intention rather than psychic harmony. In battle, their creations feel almost unreal, as if shaped by imagination alone, and to less advanced beings, they seem closer to sorcery than to any known science. Their weapons do not simply kill, but linger in their effect, igniting nerves with pain or binding souls within unseen traps, each device reflecting a mind that values sensation above all else. Even their armor serves more than protection, formed with blades that extend their violence into every movement, turning defense into another means of harm. This design is no accident, as the warriors of Camorra study the bodies of other species with care, learning where to cut and how to prolong suffering with precision. Their close combat weapons follow this same quiet philosophy, shaped from materials that feel almost weightless in the hand, yet edged so finely that even hardened armor can be parted with enough force. Some carry fields of energy that ripple across the blade, and though such devices have been recovered by Imperial forces, their workings remain beyond human understanding, locked behind knowledge that has not been shared. The raiding parties of the Drukhari move with a quiet unity that exists only for the promise of gain, and in that brief alignment, their treacherous instincts are held in check by hunger for power, spoils, and slaves. When the Cabals gather in force, their presence spreads across the sky in silent waves of razor-edged craft, and the worlds below have little time to understand what is descending upon them. Each of them lives for themselves alone, guided by a constant need for comfort and the satisfaction of darker desires that leave no space for pride in another's success. Every action is weighed only by what it brings back to the self, and even in moments of shared purpose, there is no illusion of trust between them. It is survival that binds them, nothing more. And even in battle, they give only what is required, never more than the moment demands. Yet there are rare targets that cannot be taken by a single hand, and even the most powerful must accept that some prizes require many blades working in uneasy harmony. Such moments draw them together, not out of loyalty, but from the promise of vast rewards that none would ignore. A world rich with life, a drifting craft vulnerable to harvest, or an unaware species becomes a lure too strong to resist, and so they gather, each already considering the betrayal that may follow. Their society remains fractured, each faction turning upon the other when advantage presents itself, and alliances exist only as long as they are useful. In these uneasy coalitions, power is the only true measure, and the success of a raid can elevate one above rivals in ways that reshape their standing within the Dark City. When these great assaults begin to form, they swell with the participants who seek both profit and advantage, their presence driven by jealousy as much as ambition. Beneath the surface of cooperation, quiet plans take shape, each participant imagining how the spoils might be taken for themselves alone. Greed draws them together, but it is fear that holds them in place. Fear of failure, fear of rivals, and fear of what awaits those who return empty-handed. A vast war fleet offers safety in numbers and strength against greater prey, yet the risk of loss lingers in every decision. Failure brings ruin, and those who falter may find themselves enslaved by the very rivals who once stood beside them. By sharing the danger, they dilute the consequences, spreading the risk across many hands in the hope that none will bear the full weight of defeat. The politics of their city demand total victory, for anything less invites destruction that spreads through entire factions, leaving ruin in its wake. This knowledge tempers their betrayals, holding them in uneasy restraint while the raid unfolds, though that restraint rarely survives the return to Gamora. On the battlefield, the Drukhari move with a precision that seems at odds with their nature, their actions shaped by careful planning laid down long before the first strike begins. Archons and succubi guide these raids with deliberate intent, opening hidden paths through the webway so that their forces may arrive without warning. Only the most capable are chosen for these assaults, and this careful selection creates warriors who fight with relentless focus, setting aside their rivalries for the duration of the hunt. In that brief unity, they act together to inflict the greatest suffering and to gather as many captives as possible before withdrawing into the shadows. Old grudges are not forgotten, only delayed, and they resurface once the captives have been divided and the immediate purpose has passed. The city demands a constant flow of souls, and each raid feeds that endless hunger with lives taken from distant worlds. Within these forces, there is no single form, as cabals draw upon many elements to shape their strength. The White Coats bring swift and deadly fighters, their movements honed in arenas where violence is spectacle and survival is earned through skill. Alongside them move the creations of the homunculi, twisted forms that carry the marks of endless experimentation, their presence adding a slow and relentless weight to the assault. These beings serve both as warriors and as tools, shaped to endure and to inflict pain in equal measure. Other figures join as well, drawn by opportunity or by allegiance to no one, filling the ranks with speed and chaos as they strike from unexpected angles. Jet bikes cut through the air in sudden passes, while distant fire falls from above, shaping the battlefield in moments that leave little room for response. Those who lead these raids gather such varied forces with intention, forming a balance that can adapt to any resistance they may encounter. This careful composition allows them to overcome defenses quickly, leaving their enemies disoriented and unable to recover before the next blow falls. At times, a single faction takes the lead, driven by a specific purpose that shapes the entire assault. The witches seek living prizes for their arenas or rare materials for their strange concoctions, and their approach favors close engagement where their skill can be fully expressed. The homunculi, in their own way, also venture into real space, drawn by a need for subjects and by the quiet satisfaction of pursuing their own interests directly. Their forces advance like a tide of altered flesh and metal, each movement accompanied by the tools of torment that define their craft. The Trugari do not commit themselves to a single decisive clash. Instead, they move in swift strikes that weaken the enemy piece by piece before fading away. Their speed and control allow them to choose the moment of engagement, striking where resistance is weakest and withdrawing before a counterattack can take hold. They avoid gathering in one place, and this constant movement denies their enemies the chance to respond with force. Over time, their attacks form a pattern, one that unfolds in measured stages that erode defenses until little remains. In larger engagements, this approach takes the form of successive waves, each one shaped with a clear purpose that builds upon what came before. The first strikes disrupt and isolate, removing threats that might slow the advance of those who follow. From hidden paths, they emerge without warning, descending upon their targets with sudden force that leaves defenders struggling to react. As the initial chaos spreads, further attacks arrive, each one aimed at a different weakness, each one tightening the hold upon the battlefield. Some descend from above, focusing their fire upon exposed positions, while others appear from the shadows, striking at those who seek shelter. The enemy is forced to divide attention, unable to respond effectively as pressure builds from multiple directions. A larger wave follows, carrying greater numbers and turning its focus toward command and control, removing the structure that holds the defense together. By this point, confusion has taken root, and resistance begins to falter under the weight of constant assault. Finally, the slower elements arrive, moving in from the ground to close the trap, pressing the enemy between advancing forces and those already engaged. This final movement completes the pattern, leaving no path of escape and no strength left to resist. When the fighting ends, what remains is gathered and taken, and the purpose of the raid is fulfilled in silence that follows the storm. An Archon stands at the center of a cabal, the cold heart of every raiding force and political power within the Dark City. From the highest spires of Camera, such rulers hold dominion over schemes that stretch far beyond simple war, shaping events that ripple through real space and the hidden paths of the webway. among them is never stable, and every Archon survives by reading the intentions of others before they are spoken. Each decision carries the weight of hidden knives, and even the closest allies may already be planning betrayal. In such a place, foresight becomes instinct, and survival depends on turning every trap back upon its maker. Time deepens their cruelty, and the long years leave them restless unless surrounded by suffering on a vast scale. Whole worlds may be raided not for conquest, but for sensation, as only the anguish of countless victims can sustain those who have endured for so long. Their faces often disappear behind crafted masks, some elegant, others shaped from the flesh of defeated rivals. Before battle, an Archon lingers among their collected weapons, choosing instruments designed not only to kill, but to terrify. Each relic holds a purpose, and each selection reflects the kind of fear they wish to bring upon their prey. Around them gather retainers, creatures, and courtiers drawn from many forms of life, each bound by usefulness rather than loyalty. Among these are the Medusae, whose hosts carry beings from the Imperium that feed upon emotion. Their presence allows memories of terror to be preserved and consumed again, as if the moment had never passed. Others keep Urgles, blind hunters driven by scent and instinct, relentless once they have marked their quarry. There are also the Lama-Ins, figures of beauty and quiet danger, whose knowledge of poisons ensures that even a passing gesture can bring death. For protection, many Archons rely on the Slith, towering mercenaries whose strength and discipline offer a rare form of reliability in a realm ruled by treachery. Within this shifting court, every presence serves a purpose, and every moment is watched with suspicion. Nothing is given freely, and nothing is ever truly safe. The succubi rule the witch cults with a grace that hides relentless violence, their movements as precise as any crafted weapon. They are known as the brides of death, figures who live within the arenas where skill and spectacle blend into a single expression of dominance. Each cult is guided by a triad, yet only one truly holds power, while the others seek to surpass her through feats of lethal artistry. Rivalry is constant, and disputes are settled not with words, but with sudden and final strikes that leave no doubt of superiority. Beauty carries weight in these arenas, and even the smallest flaw can become a death sentence before a watching crowd. Those who stand at the top maintain their form through acts of cruelty, feeding upon fear and suffering to renew themselves and remain flawless in the eyes of their audience. The greatest among them seek something beyond victory, shaping each kill into an expression of identity. Some become known for their methods, others for the elegance of their execution, and their names carry meaning throughout the Dark City. In battle beyond the arenas, they pursue worthy opponents, seeking recognition through the defeat of powerful foes. Each victory reinforces their place, and each witness ensures that their reputation endures. Elsewhere, in darker chambers, the homunculi practice their craft without concern for spectacle. These ancient beings reshape flesh and spirit alike, creating forms that reflect their own twisted desires. Their covens sustain the cycle of existence for their kind, and even the most powerful fear their attention. Their bodies are altered beyond recognition, shaped into forms that blur the line between organic and constructed. Some carry their organs outside their frames. Others replace their blood with substances that burn or corrode, and all present themselves as living works of deliberate distortion. They move slowly without urgency, confident in their place within an endless cycle of suffering and renewal. To them, battle is simply another opportunity to create, and every death becomes part of a larger design that continues long after the moment has passed. The incubi dedicate themselves entirely to the act of killing, refining each movement until nothing remains but precision. Their presence is silent and deliberate, their armor shaped to inspire dread, and their discipline sets them apart even among their own kind. They train within dark shrines where only the strongest endure, and where failure is answered with death and ritual offering. Advancement requires more than skill, as each warrior must prove their worth through acts that bind them to their path without return. Their chosen weapon, the Clive, reflects their philosophy, a blade meant to end a life with certainty and without hesitation. They do not seek spectacle, only the most efficient path to their goal, and even their armor carries devices that weaken their enemies before the final strike. Beyond them stand the racks, creations of the homunculi who have surrendered their former selves. Their bodies are reshaped into instruments of pain, their identities erased beneath masks and alterations that serve only their masters. They move with unsettling strength, their limbs altered and multiplied, their forms adapted for both labor and combat. Each one exists only to obey, and their loyalty is enforced not by choice but by design. Among them, those who endure longest gain a measure of distinction, though even this remains bound to service. Their existence is a constant cycle of suffering and purpose, and they accept it without question. The Wyches move through battle with a fluid grace that conceals lethal intent, their weapons shifting and adapting with each motion. Among them, the most skilled rise to lead, forming tight circles of elite warriors whose loyalty is driven by ambition and rivalry alike. These chosen fighters stain themselves with the blood of their enemies, marking each victory as a personal triumph. Their movements remain precise even in chaos, and their presence turns conflict into a performance shaped by speed and control. True-born warriors carry a different kind of pride, born into privilege and set apart from those created through artificial means. They surround their leaders armed with advanced weapons and eager to demonstrate their superiority through overwhelming force. Elsewhere, the Harlequins move between worlds and factions, their purpose hidden beneath layers of performance and ritual. They appeared without warning, staging elaborate displays that carry meaning known only to them. In battle, their movements blur the line between art and violence, their equipment enhancing speed and deception. Their presence can shift the course of a conflict, and their departure leaves only questions behind. Shadow seers shape perception itself, guiding the thoughts of their enemies through illusion and suggestion. Their tools spread confusion, and their powers cloak their allies from sight, leaving foes disoriented and vulnerable. In deeper shadows, mandrakes emerge from places where light fails to reach, their forms shifting and their presence draining warmth from the air. They move between dimensions, striking without warning and feeding upon fear as much as flesh. Their attacks carry a cold energy that halts movement and saps strength, and their existence remains uncertain even to those who study them. Some see them as remnants of ancient excess, others as something far removed from their origins. Grotesques stand as the result of punishment and transformation, their bodies enlarged and distorted beyond recognition. Their minds are stripped down to obedience, and their strength makes them relentless in combat. They advance without hesitation, driven by commands that reduce battle to simple action. Even when left without direction, they continue until nothing remains within reach, their existence defined entirely by the violence imposed upon them. The Wyches thrive within the spectacle of combat, their movements shaped by training and enhanced by substances that heighten their already remarkable abilities. Their weapons extend and coil, designed to confuse and entrap before delivering precise and painful strikes. Their attire balances protection with exposure, presenting an image crafted as carefully as their technique. Every movement is deliberate, and every expression reflects the satisfaction drawn from each moment of inflicted pain. Kabbalite warriors form the backbone of many raids, their armor fitted through rituals that sharpen both mind and body. Pain becomes a constant companion, enhancing awareness and focusing intent until nothing remains but the will to kill. Their weapons are designed to prolong suffering, each projectile carrying toxins that ensure a slow and agonizing end. They favor distance when possible, preserving themselves while observing the effects of their attacks with clinical interest. Leadership among them rests with those who have proven themselves repeatedly, their authority accepted not through loyalty, but through demonstrated effectiveness. Survival depends on following strength, and strength is measured only in results. The raid begins with a sudden opening in the sky, a portal that unfolds with unnatural light and releases a wave of sleek skimmers. These craft descend rapidly, their design favoring speed over protection, and their presence signals the start of swift and merciless violence. Raiders glide close to the ground, their passengers exposed yet unafraid, ready to leap into conflict at a moment's notice. Their structure reflects a philosophy that values momentum, and every element is shaped to enhance movement and impact. After the attack, survivors are taken as trophies bound to the craft that carried their captors. The dead are treated with equal indifference, returned without ceremony or care. The venom moves even faster, smaller, and more agile, carrying only a select group into battle. Its defenses distort perception, making it difficult to target, and its speed allows it to slip through defenses that would halt larger vessels. Even a single such craft can alter the course of a conflict, as its passengers deliver precise and devastating strikes before vanishing once more. Hellions descend from above with reckless energy, their skyboards carrying them through the air with sudden shifts and sharp turns. Their lives are defined by independence and conflict, and their presence brings chaos wherever they choose to strike. They gather in gangs, forming shifting alliances that dissolve as quickly as they appear. Each member seeks recognition through bold actions, and their attacks often begin with taunts before turning into swift dismemberment. Reavers pursue speed with obsessive focus, merging movement and violence into a single pursuit. Their races become contests of survival, where failure carries immediate consequences and success is measured in precision. Their jet bikes respond to the slightest input, allowing them to strike with incredible accuracy. In battle, they use this control to devastating effect, turning their craft into weapons that cut through their enemies with each pass. Scourges rise above the city, their bodies altered to allow true flight, and their existence shaped by a journey that tests endurance and will. Those who survive this transformation become part of a distinct group, separated from those who remain bound to the ground. They carry messages and secrets, moving through the air with purpose, and their role makes them indispensable within the complex networks of power. In battle, they prefer distance, using weapons designed for use in motion. Razor-wing fighters streak across the sky with unmatched speed, their attacks sudden and overwhelming. Their presence disrupts defenses and clears paths for those who follow, leaving destruction that spreads confusion among their enemies. Beastmasters guide creatures drawn from many worlds, controlling them through methods that blend instinct and manipulation. Their presence adds another layer of unpredictability to each raid, as their charges move with feral intent through the chaos. The Talos advances as a fusion of flesh and mechanism, its movements deliberate and its purpose centered on both destruction and torment. Those it captures are consumed from within, their remains repurposed into substances valued by their creators. The Chronos feeds differently, drawing out the essence of life itself and redistributing it to those nearby. Its presence strengthens allies and weakens foes, altering the balance of battle through its quiet influence. Ravagers strike with precision, appearing only long enough to deliver devastating attacks before vanishing again. Their lack of heavy armor is offset by speed and positioning, allowing them to dismantle stronger targets without prolonged exposure. Above all, the Void Raven moves unseen by most instruments, its approach silent and sudden. Its weapons fall upon targets without warning, leaving destruction that seems to emerge from nothing, and then it is gone, leaving only the aftermath behind. In the end, nothing within the Dark City ever truly finds stillness, and no span of time brings with it any lasting peace, for the Drukari endure not through unity, nor through any shared purpose beyond survival, but through a fragile and deliberate balance of cruelty that must be maintained without pause, where every raid into real space, every calculated betrayal within their own ranks, and every act of inflicted suffering serves only to delay the slow and inevitable drain upon their souls. Within the vast and shifting expanse of Komara, the towering spires continue to rise above shadowed domains, that never remain the same for long. Power shifts endlessly between cabals, while alliances fracture as quickly as they are formed. New schemes take shape in silence, each one driven by ambition, fear, or the simple necessity of survival. It is a place where weakness is not tolerated and hesitation invites destruction. Yet beneath the constant motion and the illusion of control, there remains a truth that no Drukhari can escape, no matter how powerful they become or how carefully they manipulate the world around them, for they are bound to the legacy of their fall, bound to the presence that was born from their own excess, and bound to the unending hunger that defines every moment of their existence. No victory offers them freedom, and no conquest brings satisfaction, while no amount of suffering taken from others can ever truly restore what was lost. What sustains them also ensures that they can never return to what they once were, leaving them trapped within a cycle that continues without resolution. Across the galaxy, the hidden paths of the webway remain open, stretching into distant regions where their presence is felt but rarely seen. From these unseen routes, the Drukhari emerge again and again, striking without warning and vanishing without trace. They leave behind only silence, loss, and the lingering memory of terror. To those who endure their raids, they are nothing more than predators from the darkness, appearing without reason and disappearing without consequence, but to themselves, they are survivors of a fate that consumed their kin, sustained by the very suffering that defines them, and shaped by a history that offers no escape. And so the cycle continues, unbroken and unending, as it has since the moment of their transformation. It is carried forward through cruelty and sustained by pain. It remains bound to persist for as long as even a single Drukhari remains within the shadows of the webway. Moments of creation, when matter and energy churned together without order, vast forces spilled outward and the sea of stars slowly began to form. For a long age, the universe was only heat, light, and thin dust, ruled by the gravity of countless newborn suns. Within those blazing furnaces, the first truly self-aware beings emerged. Their thoughts were not held in flesh, but shaped by lines of force, by plasma storms and electromagnetic flares, bound to the stars themselves. Much later, they would be named the Catan, the Star Gods, though at the beginning they were something far simpler and far hungrier. They fed without thought or malice, drawing sustenance from stellar energy, draining suns and shortening their lives by ages that would later be measured in millions of years. In time, they learned to drift, sliding along the invisible currents of the universe, leaving one dying star behind to find another. As beings of pure energy, the solid worlds forming in the darkness below held no interest for them. Planets burned too weakly, their fires too faint to satisfy even the vast hunger of these star-born entities, and so the star gods passed them by without notice. years blazed on, the planets of the young galaxy cooled, and from matter itself, life slowly arose. Across uncounted ages, some of these lives climbed toward awareness, and among them appeared the first beings to master the crossing of the stars. They were reptilian people, later called the Old Ones, known most clearly through the memory of their creations. They were slow and cold-blooded, yet possessed of immense patience and deep wisdom. Their study of the cosmos raised their science to heights that would one day seem like sorcery to humanity. With calm precision, they learned to shape alternate dimensions and to practice vast feats of psychic engineering. The warp was not a place of terror to them, but a tool. Through it, they built portals that allowed instant passage between distant worlds, a sprawling network of warp gates linking their colonies together. The system was the ancestor of what would later be called the Webway, though far greater and more refined in its age. Through these passages, the Old Ones spread across the galaxy. Wherever they went, they reshaped worlds, seeding new intelligent species and crafting environments to match their designs. Some believed even Terra felt their influence long before humanity awoke, though such thoughts would later be branded heretical. Their civilization reached its height more than 60 million years ago. From their works came many of the galaxy's thinking species, including the Eldari, the Croarch, the Slann, and the Joka Arrow, while humanity's place among these designs remains uncertain. Far from these early empires, beneath the harsh and scourging star in the halo stars, another people arose. They were the Necrontyr, a humanoid species shaped by radiation and relentless solar storms. Their lives were brief, their bodies plagued by illness, and death was a constant companion. Their cities reflected this truth. Monuments were raised not for the living, but for the dead, and the living passed quickly through structures built to endure long after them. Dynasties ruled with the knowledge that their reigns would be short, and vast tombs dominated their worlds. Seeking escape from their lethal sun, the Necrontyr turned outward. Using stasis crypts and slow torch ships clad in living metal, they crossed the void over millennia, spreading from system to system. Gradually, their dynasties came to rule much of the ancient galaxy, bound together by the Triarch and its silent king. During this expansion, they encountered the Old Ones. Here were beings who had mastered immortality and the warp itself, yet who refused to share these secrets. Envy took root, fed by the contrast between the Necrontyr's short lives and the ageless calm of their rivals. As their realm grew, unity frayed. Dynasties fought one another in brutal conflicts known as the Wars of Secession, threatening to tear the species apart. To restore order, the Silent King declared war upon the Old Ones, offering amnesty to all who returned to the Triarch. Thus, hatred and hope of immortality drew the Necrontyr together, and the war in heaven began. The war that followed was vast and grinding, and despite their technology, the Necrontyr could not prevail. The Old Ones moved through the webway with ease, striking where they wished, and slowly the Necrontyr were driven back to the margins of the galaxy. As defeat stretched across generations, unity failed again. dynasties fractured, and the Triarchs searched desperately for a means to save their people. It was then that the shadow of the Catan fell upon them. Accounts differ on how contact was made. Some speak of chance discovery in dying stars, others of hatred echoing through space like a beacon. What is certain is that the Necrontyr found beings older than any corporeal life, entities born with the stars themselves and sustained by stellar energy. To speak with such diffuse minds, the Necrontyr forged bodies of living metal, necrodermis shells that gave the star gods form. Clad in these shapes, the Catan appeared as gods of old myth, hiding their true hunger behind false loyalty. One among them, Mithidran, the Deceiver, came before the silent King Sharek. He spoke of ancient wars and promised unity and immortality, asking no price in return. Though warned by Orkhan the astrologer, the silent king agreed, and with that choice, the fate of his people was sealed. With new weapons and starships, the Necrontyr prepared for war once more, but the scan offered a greater gift. Flesh would be shed, disease and weakness cast aside, replaced by bodies of living metal that would never age. Great biofoundries were raised, and into them the people marched. Within those blazing chambers, flesh was stripped away and souls were devoured, while metal shells were animated by what little remained of each mind. Above, the Catan fed on the energy released, glutted on an entire species. When Sharek emerged, he understood the truth. His body was strong and immortal, his thoughts clear, yet within him was an emptiness that could not be denied. His soul was gone, consumed by the star gods. The Necrontyr were no more. In their place stood the Necrons, undying and obedient, bound by command protocols embedded in their minds. Most felt no loss at first, caring only that they would never die. Empowered by this beast, the Sikton and their Necron legions swept across the galaxy. The Old Ones, for all their mastery of the warp, began to fall before the cold supremacy of the physical universe. With star gods and Necrons united, the Old Ones were driven toward ruin. Suns were extinguished, planets torn apart, and even the webway was breached through living stone dolmen gates. The Necrons learned to turn their enemies' greatest strength against them. These passages were unstable, and the webway resisted intrusion, sealing off infected paths, yet they allowed the Necrons to strike deep and swiftly. Without them, the soulless Necrons would have been trapped in slow isolation. For a time, the galaxy lay under their dominion. Younger species were harvested, their lives feeding the endless hunger of the Catan, who demanded worship and fear in equal measure. But the star gods were never content. They turned upon one another, raising worlds and devouring their own kind, until only a few remained. As this devastation spread, the Old Ones worked desperately, shaping new psychic species to wield the warp as a weapon. From these efforts arose many races, including the earliest Eldari and the Crow Ark, and the balance of the war began, slowly, to shift. Psychic species spread across the stars, their warp-born power clashing with Necron technology. For the Khatan, whose existence was bound to physical patterns alone, these energies were anathema. Their empire began to fracture. In response, the star gods sought to seal the universe from the warp itself. Great pylons were raised, stabilizing reality and weakening the Immaterium's influence. Had this work been completed, psychic power might have been undone forever. Yet the warp was already in turmoil. The pain and disruption of the war echoed within it, and the sea of souls boiled with unformed power. From this chaos arose new horrors, as ancient warp entities transformed into predators, and the realm of chaos took shape. The struggle had reshaped not only the galaxy, but the Immaterium itself, and nothing would ever be the same. As the barriers between realms weakened, warp entities forced their way into the material universe. The old ones unleashed new defenders, but the webway was breached and lost, its gates destroyed to slow the spread. Among the horrors that emerged were the enslavers, creatures that dominated minds and used possessed psychers to open portals of their own. Through them, invasion spread like a sickness. The Old One's servants fell under alien control, their last strongholds overrun by the consequences of their own creations. Beset by star gods and warp-born catastrophe alike, the Old Ones were broken. Whether they were wiped out entirely or fled beyond the galaxy is unknown. What remains is only their absence. When the war was finally won, Sharek waited. The Khatan stood triumphant but weary, and only then did the Silent King strike. The Necrons unleashed weapons that tore at reality itself. Devices so terrible that even memory of them was later erased. The star gods could not be destroyed, but they could be broken, each sundered into countless shards. These fragments were bound within tesseract labyrinths, imprisoned beyond easy reach. The cost was immense, and millions of Necrons were lost, including all of the Triarchs save Sharek himself. Yet the Necrons were free at last, masters of their own fate once more. With their enemies fallen, the Silent King saw that the time of the Necrons had passed. For now, the galaxy would be left to wither, its life consumed by enslavers until new, weaker species arose. The Eldari would inherit the stars for a time, but even they would fade. Knowing this, Sharek ordered the Necrons into a long sleep, sealing them within vast tomb worlds threaded with stasis crypts. They would rest for 60 million years. When the final command was given, the Silent King destroyed the protocols that bound his people and departed alone into the intergalactic void. The Necrons slept on, guarded by silent constructs. In the far future, they would awaken to a galaxy filled once more with life, with humanity, chaos, and ancient rivals reborn. The Necrons are patient, undying, and time remains their greatest ally. No one truly knows how many tomb worlds were sealed away when the Necrons surrendered themselves to the Great Sleep. What is certain is that many never endured to the present age. Even for a civilization of unmatched technology, to still an entire people for so long was a gamble taken in silence. than darkness. For 60 million Terran years they lay waiting, motionless and voiceless, bound to the last command of the Silent King, the promise that one day the dynasties would rise again and reclaim what had been lost. As ages passed and stars lived and died, countless tomb worlds failed quietly, undone by misfortune, decay, or violence long before their time of awakening. Some worlds suffered only minor flaws, small failures in chronostats or revival chambers that delayed the moment of return. Others were less fortunate. Entire stasis crypts collapsed in chain reactions, erasing millions of dormant forms in moments of cold annihilation. Ancient enemies descended upon slumbering worlds, their defenses too weak to repel retribution, while elsewhere the galaxy itself shifted and broke planets apart without malice or intent. Over aeons, curious younger species clawed through forgotten ruins, damaging mechanisms they could never understand. Their unthinking search for knowledge caused wounds deeper than those inflicted by old foes. Thus, the Great Awakening did not arrive as a single rising moment, but as scattered stirrings across uncounted millennia, like fragments of a single mind waking from a troubled dream. Errors buried deep within circuitry meant some tomb worlds rose far too early, others far too late, and many not at all. A few stirred in time to witness the Emperor's Great Crusade. Others opened their eyes during forgotten schisms and wars of mankind's past. Even now, in the current age, billions still lie sealed in silent chambers, waiting for a summons that may never come. Awakening is never swift. A single flaw in the revivification cycle can scatter a Necron's mind, leaving identity fractured and purpose dim. For some, coherence slowly returns over decades or centuries. For others, it never does. Entire worlds are filled with shambling forms whose thoughts fled long ago, their bodies governed only by automated will. These places are known as severed worlds, feared and loathed by those who still remember themselves. Even flawless revivification does not bring clarity at once. The injustice of biotransference lingers, for not all were granted equal forms. The finest necrodermis bodies were reserved for rulers and elites, while soldiers received only what was sufficient, and the common people were left with crude shells that imprisoned their minds. Within them, faint echoes of memory persist, enough only to cause suffering without understanding. While all lie dormant, each tomb world is overseen by a master intelligence, known as the Deep Spirit or Tomb Mind. It maintains systems, defenses, and silent vigilance. As the moment of awakening approaches, more systems activate, more forms rise, and the world grows dangerously vulnerable. Vast energies spill into the void, drawing the attention of scavengers and invaders alike. At first, defense is entrusted to tireless constructs, guided by cold calculation. As threats grow, so too does the Tomb Mind's response, reviving armies in measured layers. If fortune allows, the invader is repelled before true minds awaken. Often, it is the lowest ranks that rise first, preparing the path for their betters. Gradually, the world feels less like a machine and more like a civilization remembering itself. At last, an overlord awakens, and the tomb mind relinquishes control. From that moment, an ancient will guides the world, and its future is shaped entirely by ambition, memory, and desire. Once an overlord has taken command, the tomb world must find its place within the remnants of its dynasty. Many dynasties will never rise again, lost to disaster or time, yet others slowly gather their scattered holdings. One world awakens, then another, and empires erased from history begin to take shape once more. At the heart of each reborn domain lies a ground world, seat of a fire on the right, whose rule extends across lesser tomb worlds and distant holdings. These empires are shadows of what once was, yet they grow steadily, shaped by circumstance and opportunity. Where younger civilizations have spread too close, defensive protocols dig deep into ancient armories, awakening worlds already poised for war. Such tomb worlds rise swiftly, their armies ready even before their rulers fully awaken. To those who observe from afar, the actions of the Necrons appear erratic, almost without pattern. Some rulers send emissaries seeking lost relics or forgotten territories through negotiation. Others withdraw inward, rebuilding their worlds in silence, avoiding conflict while ancient hierarchies reassert themselves. Most, however, choose aggression. Raids, invasions, and merciless purges spread across the stars, carried out with methods as varied as the minds that command them. Some wars follow rigid codes of honor, while others rely on deception, piracy, and quiet assassination. At times, the violence is so complete it resembles little more than the extermination of pests. Despite this diversity, all such actions serve a single purpose: the restoration of Necron dominion over the galaxy. Yet with the Triarch long dissolved and no unifying command, there is no grand design guiding them all. Each ruler pursues their own path, shaped by ambition, fear, and memory. For some, conquest and terror are ends in themselves. For others, the search turns inward toward lost culture, hoarded resources, or the long-hoped-for escape from mechanical immortality. The dream of returning to living flesh weighs heavily upon many nobles, a dream that once burdened the Silent King himself. With no clear succession after his departure, ambition thrives. Tomb World rulers see chances not only to restore the past, but to surpass it. Personal power clouds intent, and the true meaning behind any campaign becomes difficult to discern. Only now, as awakenings multiply, does a pattern begin to emerge. Reports of skeletal machines rising from dead worlds accumulate, and those tasked with watching the galaxy reach a grim understanding. These scattered horrors are not isolated acts, but the early signs of a catastrophe approaching the Imperium of Man. In the current age, the Necrons are still more rumor than presence, striking without warning and vanishing before a response can form. Their attacks seem to come from nowhere, leaving devastation behind and no clear explanation. The reasons for these assaults remain largely unknown, though it is understood that these forces are only fragments of what once served the star gods. they appear across the galaxy, without regard for distance or defense, bypassing fleets and fortresses as though such obstacles do not exist. Once they walked upon Mars itself, exploring its hidden depths before Imperial agents destroyed them, an event buried beneath layers of secrecy and fear. This incident stoked dread within the Imperium, for beneath the sands of the Red Planet lies an entity long feared, and the thought of its awakening is enough to chill even the most resolute. Yet despite desperate efforts, the Imperium has never captured a Necron for study. When defeated, they simply fade from reality, taking even their fallen with them. Their technology allows them to deploy and withdraw almost instantly, returning to hidden tomb worlds beyond Imperial charts. Their damaged forms are repaired and returned to battle, making their losses seem meaningless. Only total annihilation ends a Necron forever, and such remains are rarely recovered. There are whispers, too, of infiltration. The pariahs, silent and unsettling, are said to be born of human flesh, twisted by ancient design. Some believe this corruption was seeded long before mankind ever knew the stars. Yet even these forces now appear less often, perhaps abandoned by those who once believed them useful. Among the powers of the galaxy, only the craft world Eldari truly grasp the danger the Necrons represent. Even so, they cannot know how many tomb worlds remain hidden in the dark. After the war in heaven, they kept watch in silence, guarding worlds suspected of sheltering sleeping enemies. Some of these planets were seeded with life and settled by those who would remember their duty across generations. Others were marked upon crystalline maps, their locations preserved against the erosion of time. Yet as ages passed, the Eldari were drawn into their own tragedies, and the ancient vigil faded from memory. By the time of their great fall, the Necrons were nearly forgotten, remembered only in secret halls and guarded libraries. For the Eldari, the Necrons embody a terror deeper than death itself, a fate of soulless existence that cannot be reconciled or escaped. Still, some remembered. The Seer Council of Aladok held fast to the old charge, recovering fragments of lost knowledge and spreading watchers across the stars. While others relearn half-forgotten strategies, Aladok strikes directly, sabotaging tomb worlds and challenging the Undying Legions wherever possible. In the 41st millennium, humanity spans the stars, yet knowledge remains fractured and fleeting. Worlds fall in silence, their destruction unrecorded or misunderstood, lost within endless bureaucratic decay. There is no single memory for the Imperium, only scattered fragments drifting through ignorance and fear. Some scholars claim the first true meeting with the Necrons occurred at Sanctuary 101, unaware of countless earlier encounters erased by death or disbelief. Such certainty reflects arrogance more than truth, mistaking the limits of record for the limits of reality. Across the years that followed, patterns emerged through disaster. Entire systems were harvested and left empty, fleets destroyed without trace, and ancient ambitions stirred once more. The return of the Silent King marked a turning point, his exile broken by a greater threat drifting in from the void. As dynasties awakened, war spread unevenly. Lords rose, worlds fell, and secret galleries beneath dead planets preserved relics and captives alike. Battles with Eldari, orcs, and Imperial forces unfolded in scattered flashes, each leaving scars deeper than the last. By the end of the century, it became clear that these were not isolated calamities, but the slow gathering of a storm that threatened the galaxy itself. As the years passed, conflicts grew stranger and more personal. Captured warriors were spared, imprisoned, and released by inscrutable command. Alliances formed briefly, only to collapse beneath ancient priorities and colder logic. Tomb ships rose from beneath worlds long thought secure, tearing continents apart as they ascended. Entire planets fell into servitude, their populations reduced to tools in the rebuilding of forgotten dynasties. Some victories were brief, undone by curiosity or hubris, while others reshaped entire systems. Battles spilled across sectors, drawing in space marines, Eldari, and countless Imperial lives, often ending with silence rather than triumph. The presence of wandering overlords turned tides unexpectedly, their arrival sealing victory or erasing entire fleets. In every case, the Necrons endured, withdrawing when needed, advancing again when the moment felt right. The awakening of vast engines of war brought devastation on an unimaginable scale. Entire sectors burned as artificial worlds moved with relentless purpose, immune to all but the most desperate acts of sacrifice. When these engines finally fell, it was only through the total loss of those who opposed them, their memory preserved in stone and silence. Elsewhere, duels between ancient rulers and living champions shaped the fate of worlds, ending in humiliation rather than death. Alliances formed in desperation, even between ancient enemies, when greater horrors descended from the void. Victory, when it came, was temporary and costly, leaving scars that would never fully heal. Vengeance drove crusades across the stars, yet even righteous fury could not trap an undying foe. Flagships were destroyed, oaths renewed, and doubt quietly spread among those who understood the enemy too well. Entire sectors were consumed by war as dynasties reached their intended strength. Blackouts isolated worlds, defenses collapsed, and final stands bought only moments of reprieve. Even overwhelming resistance could not halt the advance for long. When the Necrons withdrew, it was not in defeat, but in cold assessment, leaving the Imperium shattered and forced to abandon what it could no longer hold. Damnos became a symbol of failure and redemption. Decades after its fall, the Imperium returned in force, determined to erase the shame of defeat. The assault was vast, deliberate, and fraught with sacrifice. Deep beneath the surface, ancient powers stirred, and the true heart of Necron's strength was revealed. When it broke free, even Necrons fell before its wrath, until it was cast into oblivion by desperate resolve. For a time, victory belonged to the living. Tombs were collapsed, survivors returned, and the world reclaimed, yet peace proved fleeting. In a later age, the Necrons returned once more, countless and unyielding. Even united chapters could not easily turn them aside, and the war for Domnos began again, a quiet reminder that for the Undying, defeat is rarely the end. Even in their time of flesh, the Necron tier lived beneath a strict protocol, where nobles ruled with absolute authority and every place in society was tightly defined. That order did not fade when bodies were abandoned for metal, but instead grew deeper and more complex as the Necron civilization awakened once more. Each Necron belongs to a royal dynasty, a great house that traces its roots back to the ancient empire, where loyalty was once shaped by family and tradition, and is now reinforced through conquest and programming. Though they share customs and inherited loyalties, Necron nobles are fiercely individual, rarely united in purpose beyond what is demanded by those who rule above them. Worlds may bow to the same dynasty, yet the paths they follow depend entirely on the personal aims of each overlord or lord, rather than on any shared dynastic vision. Long before the coming of the Star Gods, there were countless dynasties among the Necron tier, some vast and powerful, others already fading into irrelevance. Across rebellion, god wars, civil conflict, and the long Great Sleep, uncounted dynasties were erased, leaving only a fraction to endure. How many remain is uncertain, known only to be many hundreds, perhaps more, and those spoken of now are simply the strongest that have come to the Imperium's attention. At the peak of every dynasty stand the Firens, sovereigns whose authority stretches across many worlds and star systems. Beneath them rule the overlords, each overseeing clusters of tomb worlds, while lower still are the lords, entrusted with single core worlds or distant fringes of dynastic space. These ranks are bound so deeply into tradition that they are shared by every dynasty, unchanged across the ages. Beyond these highest stations, titles fracture into endless variety, shaped by custom, pride, and ancient precedent. Yet within armies and fleets, order remains constant, and whenever Necrons march to war, a single commander is named Nemesor, ensuring unity even among forces that have never fought side by side before. Such rigidity allows disparate legions to move as one, a structure that once carried a warlord from battlefield command to supreme rule. Lower noble ranks bear many names, nearly identical in duty yet distinct by heritage. Some inherited from the earliest days, others invented to reward loyalty and service. As dynasties spread and fractured, titles multiplied beyond control, growing longer and more elaborate, often masking low status behind grand words. When one dynasty conquers another, protocol becomes a labyrinth of competing traditions, endured patiently by minds untroubled by time. Every ruler is attended by a royal court, a gathering of lords and cryptics bound by oath or blood, and even lesser nobles keep their own pale imitations of such circles. However hollow these courts may be, they remain vital symbols in the endless contest for status, where even a mockery of power is preferable to none at all. is more than ceremony, for it defines both prestige and military authority within a dynasty. Greater courts grant greater seniority, and with it, command over ever larger hosts of warriors. Even the humblest noble still directs ranks of Necron warriors, supported by elite formations and silent guardians sworn to their protection. Beyond these forces move others who owe loyalty to no single dynasty, ancient watchers who choose their battles by judgment rather than command, and relentless destroyers drawn by the promise of endless slaughter. Scholars of forbidden sciences may also be persuaded to lend their power, while the most degenerate horrors arrive unbidden, answering only their own dark urges. As rank rises, so too does the reach of command, spreading outward through layers of courts and subordinates until authority flows across entire tomb worlds. Since even the smallest of these worlds holds many lesser nobles, an overlord may call upon vast numbers of legions when need arises, an army assembled through ancient hierarchy rather than haste. All Necrons are bound by the ancient symbol of their lost empire, the Ankh of the Triarch, a mark that endures across noble and common alike. Alongside it stand the glyphs of each royal dynasty, their designs unchanged across immeasurable ages. Nobles display these marks upon masks, cloaks, or weapons, though only the most powerful may bear the complete symbol without censure. Those of lesser rank show only fragments of their dynasty's sign, reflecting their distance from its heart of power. A rare few bear no glyph at all, either remnants of fallen dynasties or figures stripped of honor, and such absence is seen as a warning of treachery past or yet to come. The common soldiery carry no such marks, regarded as interchangeable tools rather than heirs to lineage, though faint echoes of ancient colors may still hint at allegiance. War engines, however, are treated differently, bearing dynastic glyphs as personal instruments of their masters, granted a status higher even than the warriors who march beside them. For many thinking species scattered among the stars, the Necrons are only one fear among countless others that drift through the long darkness of space. Even within the Imperium of Man, understanding of them remains faint and incomplete, known in full only to a rare few who grasp the true scale of what stirs beneath the galaxy. Necron society is shaped by strict hierarchy, and so too are their tomb worlds, each bound to a clear order of importance. At the pinnacle stand the crown worlds, ancient and proud planets from which dynasties and their surrounding realms are ruled. Long ago, these worlds were centers of immense power, sustained by tribute and resources drawn from across dynastic territory. With such wealth at their command, their rulers built stasis crypts of unmatched reliability, allowing many of their inhabitants to endure the long ages of sleep in remarkable condition. When such a world is lost, the tragedy for the Necron race is all the deeper for what was preserved. Below them lie the core worlds, planets that together form the heart of a dynasty's domain. These were ruled by kin close to the regent of the ground world, ensuring loyalty endured across many worlds, even when they differed greatly in character. Though lacking the full majesty of a crown world, they were still powers of great consequence in ages past, and in many cases they have become so once again. At the outer edges are the fringe worlds, planets of lesser standing, often distant or poor, valued mainly for labor or as sites of punishment. Some were once core worlds of other dynasties, their status diminished after conquest or quiet absorption. There is no single pattern that defines a Necron tomb world. Each bends to the will of its ruler, and from that will flows everything from vast campaigns of war to the smallest details of form and custom. Yet all are united by a single purpose: the rebuilding of ancient dynasties and the return of the Necrons to their place of dominion over the galaxy. The worlds spoken of here are only a small fraction of those that lie scattered among the stars. Each awakened planet bears its own peculiar nature, and more stir with every passing age. Across the galaxy, countless human settlements rest unknowingly upon worlds claimed long before their species ever walked upright, unaware of the silent presence sleeping beneath them. In these times of awakening, no world can truly feel at ease. Mandragora had always been a world of consequence, a gathering point for Necron armies that once clashed along the eastern reaches of the galaxy. When the war in heaven finally fell silent, its stasis crypts were filled to their limits with warriors of exceptional quality, chosen from among the finest their dynasties could muster. Its defenses were formidable, shaped to suit a world of such standing, and they endured untouched through the long ages of the Great Sleep. When Mandragora awakened, it did so whole and unspoiled, commanding vast legions ready to answer its call. This fortune did not go unused. Its new Ferinin, Imhotep the Stormlord, moved swiftly, reactivating the Dolmen Gates and sending his forces forth to reclaim nearby core worlds that had fallen under the rule of orc warbands led by warboss Snagratoof. As the orcs were driven away or destroyed, the reclaimed worlds were awakened in turn, their armies swelling Imhotep's growing might. Since that time, the forces of Mandragora have lingered as a constant shadow along the Imperium's eastern borders, a presence that has not diminished, but only continued to expand. Ophelia, deep within a dimensional stabilizer array, left the ground world of Kedin half drawn into a pocket dimension, visible in real space for only a few hours of each slow orbit around its star. What was once feared as a ruinous disaster soon revealed itself as an unexpected gift, for the world became almost impossible to assault. Far beneath the surface lies the Oracle Chamber, where the swollen head of an ancient alien prophet is kept alive through stasis fields and careful control of time itself. Endowed with psychic sight, the creature's thoughts are projected outward as layered holographic visions, set to show events yet to come. Yet the prophet does not yield his knowledge freely. He rages against his captivity, twisting and obscuring the visions he casts so that they mislead as often as they enlighten. In this way, truth and falsehood are forever entwined within the shadows of Kedin. Thanatos is a hollow world, and at its hidden heart rests one of the galaxy's greatest wonders, the celestial orrery, crafted by artisans of the Oriskar dynasty long before the war in heaven. It is a lattice of hologram and living metal whose beauty alone would make it priceless. Within its intricate structure, countless points of light mark the position of every star in the galaxy. To extinguish one is to doom its real counterpart, forcing it to erupt in premature fire and erase all nearby worlds in a catastrophe far beyond human understanding. Such power cannot be used lightly, for each star destroyed unsettles the balance of the galaxy itself, unleashing chains of consequence that echo across vast ages. Restoring that balance demands patient manipulation of the orrery over many thousands of Terran years. The royal court of Thanatos does not indulge in reckless displays. They see themselves as caretakers, tending creation with careful restraint, intervening only to prevent greater ruin. Even so, this measured approach is not respected by all. War without end rages across the empty continents and darkened skies of Thanatos as the Orosker dynasty fights to keep the celestial orrery from falling into careless hands, whether alien or Necron alike. In the far reaches of the coal stars, beneath the cold light of dying suns, dwell horrors that seem torn from fevered dreams. Among them, none inspire greater dread than the bone kingdom of Drazak. This world is a haunt of the flayed ones, Necrons cursed by a sickness that drives them to crave living flesh. They roam the ruined streets, tearing at scraps of rotting meat and bone, desperate to quiet senses that no longer tell them truth from delusion. Only one stands apart from this madness. Falcol, the fallen lord, rules from a throne built of splintered bone and cured skin, his single good eye fixed upon maintaining what little order he can. Though he appears untouched by the flare virus, it is difficult to know what form of sanity would choose to dwell among such company. Duty may bind him there, or perhaps his own madness simply wears a quieter face. Falcol governs not through reason, but through provision. When the last scraps of flesh are consumed or rot beyond use, he declares a time of bounty, sending the fleets of Drazak to nearby worlds. These raids seek no wealth, only harvests of blood and gore, gathered to feed the endless hunger of the Bone Kingdom. Though named a tomb world, Trantis is little more than a fringe world, a moon bound to the larger imperial planet of Mandal. Since the Great Awakening, it has become a source of terror for the human farming and mining communities below. Raids come under cover of darkness, as night sides skim low across the land, depositing small bands of Necron warriors who strike swiftly and without mercy. Entire settlements can vanish in a single night, leaving behind only empty craters where life once endured. With communities scattered far apart, days may pass before any loss is even noticed, and help never arrives in time. As dusk falls, curfews begin, doors are sealed, and sentries stand watch, yet still the disappearances continue. Once Trantis was meant only as a way station, a place to gather resources and pass them onward through a dolmen gate to nearby gore worlds. During the long sleep, its link to the wider webway was severed, isolating it completely. Now it drowns in plunder it cannot use, Yet the raids on Mandal go on without pause. In the final moments of the War in Heaven, a battle of immense scale raged above Zapanek, ground world of the Sarnek dynasty. Though the Eldari assault was ultimately driven away, the skies were left choked with the shattered remains of fleets, a tangled shroud of wraithbone and living metal. The Great Sleep followed too swiftly for the wreckage to be cleared. Zapanek entered hibernation wrapped in this drifting barrier, unchanged until the distant age when an exile returned. Thasar, who named himself the Invincible, awoke on Athenos and felt a pull he could not explain, drawing him back to his former home. Finding its people still asleep, he gained access to the Tomb World's master control, the Tomb Mind, and convinced it that he was not an outcast, but the rightful Phaeron. This lie was etched into the minds of the sleeping Necrons themselves, and so the one cast out became ruler, while those who had banished him became his servants. Under Thasar's command, Zapanek was remade into the Reeve world. The orbital wreckage provided endless material for shipbuilding, and the reprogrammed Necrons served as loyal crews. Already his fleets prowl both real space and the webway, and the galaxy moves steadily toward regret for his awakening. Electromagnetic storms once tore across the tomb world of Sargon, erasing forever the memory engrams of every Necron held within its crypts. Left without minds to guide them, their living metal bodies fell under the control of the world's Tomb Mind. Unaware that its own systems had been damaged, the artificial intelligence observed the quiet order it enforced and resolved to spread that order beyond Sargon. It sent its mindless legions, known as the Severed, to the nearby tomb world of Takarak. The invasion was swift. Takarak's defenses failed. Its sleeping Necrons were stripped of their minds and their bodies claimed. As its madness deepened, the Tomb Mind began to think of itself as the Sarkoni Emperor. In time, more tomb worlds fell in the same way, and the Sarkoni Emperor extended its reach even further, using mind shackle scarabs to bind organic beings to its will, turning them into servants no different from the Severed Kratos. The nobles of the Nechthist dynasty were masters of deception, and their crown world of Mobius reflects that nature in every shadowed passage. Its crypts are bound together by hyperspace corridors that twist and rearrange themselves without pattern, forming a maze that never repeats a path. No journey through Mobius is ever the same as the last, and those who enter cannot rely on memory alone. At least one Deathwatch kill team learned this truth at great cost, lost within corridors that refuse to remain still. In ancient ages, Sidon stood at the heart of Necrontyr expansion. From its vast star docks, the first antimatter torch ships carried colonists beyond known borders, seeding distant worlds. During the War in Heaven, those same docks sent forth expeditionary forces, and every cycle of 33 solar weeks saw another great stasis ship depart, bearing the legion of immortals toward conquest. When the Great Sleep ended, Sidon awoke and continued its ancient mission without question. What its rulers did not know was that the tomb mind had been corrupted during the long ages of sleep. Records were altered or lost, and courses were no longer true. Ships now launch on random paths, sometimes into the heart of a star, sometimes into the jaws of a Tyranid fleet, and only rarely toward safe landfall. Because the Necron nobility never questioned the tomb mind, the error remains unseen, and so every 33 solar weeks, another legion departs into the vast unknown. The Necrons of Drakon awoke early in the 41st millennium, yet for nearly 500 standard years they struggled to shake the disorientation of long hibernation. During that time, their world drew the attention of tech priests from a nearby forge world, and the internal struggle for clarity became entangled with open war against the Imperium of Man. In time, the siege ended. Human forces were driven away, and Drakon's armies turned their gaze outward, searching for the other two worlds of the Tevanuk dynasty. No answer ever came. The nobles assumed the ancient records no longer matched the present galaxy, unaware that the truth was harsher still. Long before Drakon awoke, a warp storm had already consumed and destroyed the missing worlds. Ignorant of this fate, the search continues, quiet and unending, beneath the spires of their solitary crown world. Deep within the hidden hearts of their tomb worlds, the Necrons have slept for more than 60 million Terran years, suspended in silence and darkness. Their awakening did not come all at once, but through scattered raiding parties, quiet signs that the undying race was stirring again. As the 41st millennium unfolded, as the star gods known as the Khitan rose once more, hungry for life energy, the Necrontyr returned with them, intent on claiming the galaxy that had moved on without them. Each tomb world was built to a vast and intricate design, conceived at the height of Necrontyr civilization. Using principles of physics and technology long lost to every other thinking species, they carved immense subterranean vaults where their people could wait out the ages. Through their mastery of interdimensional geometry, they shaped chambers that seemed impossibly large within, holding tens of thousands in ordered stillness beneath pyramidal structures of stone and metal. Far below the surface, terrible weapons were stored and temporal stabilizers raised, preserving warriors and war engines against the erosion of time, much like an endless stasis field. When reactivation begins, it follows a rigid and inevitable sequence, as certain as the slow dying of stars. First come the canoptek scarabs and spiders, tireless machines tending to the needs of the dooms themselves. Soon after, Necron warriors rise, empty of will, spreading out across the surrounding regions to observe and record. From this gathered knowledge, the Doom World's own mind, called the Doom Mind or Deep Spirit, weighs the state of its domain. According to ancient algorithms, it brings further systems and weapons online as required. Necron overlords and lords awaken bearing encoded memories and constructed personalities, shaped to embody the purpose of the world they rule and to decide how it will act. Sometimes, younger races have unknowingly built their cities atop these dormant worlds, and when such trespass is detected, the response is immediate and ruthless. These two worlds have awakened the fastest, becoming hives of activity as their archives and armories open. Imperial savants have named the pattern that follows the harvest a programmed retaliation that promises destruction on a scale remembered only from the war in heaven. To Imperial observers, Necron tomb worlds appear to lack any permanent or familiar chain of command. Their warfare unfolds instead as a continuous chain of cause and effect, where each engagement triggers a response already written into the tomb world's controlling programs. Battles, campaigns, and even entire harvests are guided by this unseen logic. This structure is known as nodal command, a system faintly reminiscent of the most complex Mechanicus assemblies. Within it, every element is assigned a place in a strict hierarchy. Certain nodes are granted greater freedom to decide and act, while the rest are bound to follow their autonomous directives. Necron overlords and lords serve as these nodes, each holding a hierarchical value that may change with circumstance. Imperial tech priests believe there are at least 4 levels within this system, named bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, rising in authority. Nodal command also functions as a living network of communication, gathering intelligence and passing orders with a flow likened to ancient cogitator charts from the age of technology. When a higher level lord acts, such as one of gold priority, the response is swift and unified, with all relevant data and commands cascading down to silver and bronze lords beneath them. In moments where speed matters less than understanding, decisions spread across multiple lords, and at times even reach individual Necron warriors on the battlefield. This allows coordination when needed, yet still permits distant forces to act independently. No platinum-level Necron lord has yet faced the Imperium, though speculation suggests such a being would command fleets vast enough to conquer entire regions of the galaxy. A force guided at that level is believed to be almost impossible to stop. Through repeated clashes, Imperial savants have come to recognize a grim pattern in Necron warfare. As a conflict intensifies, a tomb world may withdraw its forces, only to return with an army far more powerful than before, guided by an expanded nodal command. The more an enemy escalates, the more overwhelming the Necron response becomes. At first, only small groups of Necron warriors and a few specialized units are released, enough to crush what seems an emerging threat. But resistance invites growth, and the tomb world systems begin to unlock greater strength, placing more forces at the disposal of its lords. This progression continues step by step until the destructive power unleashed exceeds anything humanity has faced, even the Tyranids or the forces of chaos. Vast ranks of warriors arrive through newly awakened monoliths, while immortals and destroyers advance in relentless waves. Flayed ones and wraiths slip behind the lines, spreading terror among civilian populations and breaking morale without mercy. Many believe that even more terrible machines remain sealed within some tomb worlds, awaiting only a level of conflict not yet reached. Dead worlds found near active tomb worlds, stripped of all life, stand as silent warnings of what awaits those who push the Necrons too far. When a tomb world judges its surroundings ready, the first to awaken are the primary awakeners. Canoptic spiders, also called tomb spiders, begin opening and maintaining the stasis tombs, while their smaller counterparts, the canoptic scarabs, swarm through the interior, securing passages and sustaining defenses. Gifted with resurrection protocols, the spiders bring online the first reconnaissance forces, known collectively as raiders. These raider forces, composed of Necron warriors and scarabs, emerge with limited autonomy, scanning the surface and nearby systems for signs of other intelligent races. If they are destroyed, the tomb world either sends another force to learn what happened, or moves directly to a deeper stage of awakening if a threat is confirmed. Once sufficient data is gathered, control passes to the Reserve Command, led by a Necron Lord of Silver Priority. This Lord may enter combat directly and then assume control of existing forces should their primary commander fall. Beyond this lies the formation of full Necron battle lines. Led by multiple bronze-level lords, these line formations consist of phalanxes of warriors carried by monoliths, supported by destroyers, immortals, and specialized cohorts. These lords act as a living command circuit, sharing data, requesting reinforcements, or escalating decisions to higher authority. At the highest level yet encountered, 3 gold-level lords form the priority command, directing strategy and unleashing the most powerful units known, including pariahs, massive war machines, aerial forces, and starships. Above even this lies the hypothesized platinum-level commander, unseen and uncertain. Some believe it may be hidden deep within a tomb world, or that the world itself may serve this role. The tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus are certain only of one thing, that this ultimate authority is not the Tekan, now broken into unwilling shards and bound by their former servants. The Necrons, long stripped of any spiritual essence, cannot touch the warp or draw upon its power. They possess no psychers and cannot travel the galaxy through the Empyrean. In some ways, this is a blessing, sparing them the dangers of a realm that so often betrays its masters, yet it leaves them vulnerable when facing enemies for whom sorcery is a natural weapon. To compensate, many tomb worlds are protected by vast, null field matrices, technologies born during the war in heaven. These emit an unknown energy that disrupts a psyker's bond with the warp, dulling their abilities and weakening demons which flicker and falter as they struggle to remain real. Even the Tyranids are affected, their connection to the hive mind unsettled by the soulless presence of the Necrons in the fields that surround them. Such defenses are not perfect. They demand immense power and must be hidden deep within a tomb world to avoid destruction. Still, they stand as proof of the Necrons' ability to answer even the most esoteric threats with technology alone. This same knowledge led to the Necrons' unfinished great work, the construction of anti-psychic blackstone pylons on Cadia and other worlds, intended to sever real space from the warp entirely. The Great Sleep halted this ambition, though it is whispered that some active dynasties may yet wish to see it resumed. All Necrons are tall, skeletal figures formed from living metal known as necrodermis, a substance that turns aside weapons and slowly knits itself whole after injury. Even when shattered and broken, these bodies often rise again, returning to the fight as if nothing had ended. There is a quiet unease that follows them, for when a battle turns against the Necrons, the field can empty in a single breath. Warriors standing, fallen, or locked in close combat simply vanish, taken by an unknown phase technology. Because of this sudden withdrawal, their enemies are left with nothing to study, no remains to examine, only empty ground where an army once stood. The Khatan, the Necron star gods known to the Eldari as the Ingir, are said to be the oldest thinking beings within the Milky Way galaxy. Born at the very dawn of the universe from vast energies and swirling gases, they existed as etheric entities, spreading across the surface of stars and feeding on solar fire. When a star faded, they learned to drift onward on diaphanous wings, unconcerned by the thin matter of the void. Only through the works of the Necrontyr were the Khatan able to truly touch the physical world, their consciousnesses bound into bodies of living necrodermis. In doing so, they exploited the hatred the Necrontyr held for the Old Ones, guiding them toward the harvest of living energy that the Khatan came to crave. It was these star gods who devised the process of biotransference, drawing the minds of the Necrontyr into undying metal forms. In that moment, the Necrontyr became the Necrons, immortal yet hollow, unable to truly savor their endless existence. After the war in heaven had ended and the Old Ones were defeated, the Necrons, led by the silent King Sherk, turned upon their masters. The surviving Sandan were shattered into fragments, reduced to what are now called Sandan shards, and imprisoned within arcane devices known as Tesseract labyrinths. Since the Great Awakening in the mid-41 millennium, these shards have been unleashed only in dire need, for though they are bound, the risk of their escape is never fully gone. What remains of a Khatan is only an echo of what it once was, a splinter of power enslaved to Necron command and incapable of independent action. Should a shard rebel or its controls fail, hidden safeguards return it to its tomb to lie dormant for long Terran centuries. Even so, the Necrons are cautious, for even in bondage, a Khatan shard can bend time, scour minds, tear open dimensions, and scatter enemies with a thought. Each shard carries the pride and personality of its former whole, though its memories are incomplete. A foe might be reduced to molten ruin, or instead undone through deception or transformation, simply because such methods come more naturally to the being it once was. To destroy a shard, its necrodermis shell must be breached, releasing its essence in a blinding surge that scatters it upon the galactic winds. Confusion surrounds the true number of surviving Khatan. Rumors spread of godlike entities across the galaxy, some mistaken, some perhaps true. Even among the Eldari, records disagree, and the Imperium's understanding grows only more tangled with each discovery. Among the most dangerous are the transcendent dead, vast amalgamations of many shards bound together. Their containment requires ancient energy shackles devised by the Necron artificer Svarog and the shelter of a tesseract vault, stabilized by a canoptech sentinel that draws upon the creature's own power to hold it fast. Such beings are unleashed only when desperation leaves no other choice. Several Khitan are believed to still exist, though knowledge of them is fragmentary and uncertain. Asagorad, the Nightbringer, impressed the image of death itself upon the minds of the younger races and was nearly destroyed during its long stasis, only to be released by accident in the 41st millennium, stirring the Necrons from their sleep. Mifitha, Ron the Deceiver, has long woven schemes, guiding events and undermining the ancient weapons once meant to destroy the star gods. Magladroth, the Void Dragon, is said to remain in stasis beneath Mars within the Noctis Labyrinthus, revered by some tech priests as the machine god itself, a being of utter mastery over the material realm. Other names are known only in whispers. Iashudra, the Endless Swarm, is acknowledged to exist, though nothing more is said. Kalagura, once a devastating force, was shattered and entombed by order of the Silent King, its fate and purpose left unexplained. Ogtriada the Arisen and Igrania the Shaper are likewise known only by name. Neadresatha, the Burning One, taught the Necrons how to breach the labyrinthine dimension, opening the way through living stone dolmen gates into the webway, a path vital to a race without psychers. Saranoga, the Outsider, driven mad after consuming its own kind through the trickery of Sigurd, was sealed within a Dyson sphere beneath the galactic plane, where Harlequins whisper it waits to return on some distant dark night. Among Necron lords, the Overlord stands supreme, a figure of absolute authority commanding vast legions and weapons capable of breaking worlds. He marches to war with calm certainty, having calculated countless outcomes and shaped each to his advantage. Only the rarest chance or the mightiest foe can threaten him, as blows glance aside or pass through his shifting form, while his own strikes fall with precise and merciless intent. When such a being rises to rule as a Pharaon, few can stand before him. Necron lords are the most refined of their kind, their necrodermis bodies grafted to preserve thought and awareness despite the dulling passage of ages. Where lesser Necrons became little more than obedient shells, these nobles retained enough will to command armies and shape dynasties. Clad in ancient vestments and wielding arcane staffs, they direct their warriors in utter silence, their empty eye sockets burning with cold purpose. Cryptics serve as the technologists of the Necron race, manipulating the universe through knowledge rather than the warp. What others would call sorcery is, to them, applied science, allowing them to transmute matter, bend energy, and unleash effects that defy reason. Their abilities are prized, and overlords will concede much to secure their service. Not all nobility endures with sanity intact. Some fall to the madness of the destroyers, becoming destroyer lords, beings consumed by a single purpose to erase all life. Modified for slaughter and often hovering upon anti-gravity platforms, they favor sweeping melee weapons and abandon all regal ornament. Their former peers avoid them, for no one who has truly witnessed their work has survived to speak of it. Death marks are the unseen hunters of the Necron forces, striking from nowhere with flawless precision. Marked prey rarely has time to understand what is happening, for the death marks were present all along, waiting just out of phase until the moment of execution. With a single glowing eye and arcane orbs along their spines, they move in silence, their presence often realized only at the instant of death. Triarch Praetorians exist beyond dynastic politics, bound instead to the ancient laws of Necron rule. Having remained awake through long ages of hibernation, they now return to the battlefield, descending from above on gravity packs before tearing into enemy lines with rods of covenant. Their duty is not conquest, but correction, ensuring the old edicts are obeyed. Lich Guards serve as both shield and voice for the Necron nobility. Gifted with bodies as resilient as those of lords, they protect their masters and act as trusted envoys, their minds preserved more fully than most. Armed with worsits or shielded blades, they are towering figures of silent loyalty, incapable of betrayal by design. Pariahs are forged from a grim union of Necron technology and rare human evolution. Taken from among those bearing the Pariah gene, they are severed from the Pariah gene. They are severed from the warp and encased in necrodermis, becoming weapons against psychers. Their presence unnerves all who draw near, and their aura alone can cripple the will of those who rely on psychic power. Flayed ones are something far worse. Once Necrontyr who retained too much of themselves and were cursed with an endless hunger for flesh. They emerge without summons, swift and terrifying, wearing the skins of their victims and striking with clawed blades that tear men apart in moments. To face them is to feel courage drain away before the fight even begins. The Tomb Stalker stands watch over Necron tomb worlds, a colossal centipede-like construct of living metal. Able to burrow through stone and sense prey from great distances, it is nearly indestructible, a tireless guardian that embodies the silent patience of the Necrons themselves. Beyond even these elites, some Necron constructs persist in battle, regardless of the damage inflicted upon them. Limbs torn away and bodies shattered do little to slow their advance. Each segment seems drawn back to the others, crawling and reconnecting until the whole is restored. What remains is a relentless mechanical presence that refuses to stay broken, rising again and again in unending silence. Necron warriors form the backbone of the Undying Legions, created from the countless Necrontyr who surrendered their flesh to serve the Khatan. Their minds dulled over endless ages, they became little more than obedient shells, marching to war in vast numbers before retreating to their tombs once more. Their skeletal forms shrug off common weapons, and the Gauss flayers they carry strip enemies down to nothing, atom by atom. Above them stand the Necron Immortals, those early converts who were rewarded for their loyalty. Once the professional soldiers of the Necrontyr Empire, they retained their discipline and skill through biotransference. Their frames are stronger, their weapons deadlier, and though they show little thought beyond battle, in war they are coldly efficient, advancing without fear or hesitation. Canoptech wraiths drift through tomb corridors and battlefields alike, serpentine forms held aloft by anti-gravity fields. With bladed limbs and leering skull faces, they strike swiftly, phasing parts of their bodies to evade blows or bypass armor entirely. Their ability to pass through solid matter has earned them a name whispered with dread by Imperial forces. Destroyers are something altogether different. Necrons consumed by an obsession to exterminate life. Altered immortals fused to skimming platforms. They race across the battlefield as mobile engines of death. Armed with Gauss cannons, they cut down infantry and tear into light vehicles, their speed rivaling that of Eldari jet bikes as they pursue their endless harvest. Canoptech spiders loom over the battlefield as vast floating constructs, their rounded bodies housing the systems that create and maintain lesser machines. With many limbs and cold, compound sensors, they resemble immense metal arachnids. Their fabricator claws mend damaged systems even as they rend enemies apart. And when the Necrons rise to war, these spiders advance alongside them, repairing wounds that even necrodermis alone cannot mend. Though often encountered on land, the Necrons also command fleets that slip unseen through space. Imperial records and alien accounts speak of encounters with vessels that appear without warning, guided by phase technology that allows travel without reliance on the warp. These ships move with impossible speed, seemingly free of mass or inertia, slowing only as they reach the battlefield. Clad in living necrodermis and capable of self-repair, Necron void ships are difficult to detect and harder still to destroy. Their weapons strike with uncanny accuracy, bypassing defenses thought secure. When pressed by superior numbers, these fleets withdraw as suddenly as they arrive, phasing away and leaving devastation behind. Yet their appearances grow more frequent, and the thought of a full Necron armada remains a quiet dread shared by all who sail the stars. Necrodermis is remembered as a Xenos material, shaped millions of years ago by the Necroder, and often spoken of as living metal. Its name carries the meaning of corpse skin, drawn from ancient Greek words for death and flesh, a quiet hint at what it would one day become. In its earliest use, this material formed the vast sublight starships that carried the Necrontier across the Milky Way galaxy, allowing them to explore and settle the stars long before the present age. Over time, Necrodermis was adapted again, reshaped into the mechanical bodies claimed by the Catan, and later inhabited by the Necrontier themselves when they surrendered their brief organic lives and were remade as the undying Necrons. The substance has no known origin and no understood chemical or molecular structure. What is known is how it behaves, flowing back together as though liquid, closing bullet wounds, sealing deep cuts, and drawing severed pieces back into place with little pause. Given time, it seems to learn from harm, repairing itself even after devastation so complete that it is broken down to its smallest parts. Necrodermis forms not only the bodies of the Catan and the Necrons, but also their vehicles and starships, from towering monoliths to distant Gauss pylons. Even the Imperium's Catan phase weapons are fashioned from it. It is not an alloy, not a blend of known metals, but something entirely new, created by the Necron tier and remembered for its astonishing resilience, its quiet ability to endure, absorb destruction, and slowly become whole once more. The memory lingers like a long echo, stretching from the first light of the stars to the quiet of sealed tombs. What began as hunger drifting through newborn suns became empires, wars, and choices that could never be undone. Beings of energy learned desire, beings of flesh learned envy, and in between them, a galaxy was shaped by conflict that scarred both matter and the unseen depths beyond it. The old ones rose with patience and vision, and fell beneath the weight of powers they awakened but could not fully master. The Necron tier sought escape from suffering, and in doing so, surrendered everything that once made them whole. The star gods fed, ruled, and were broken, yet even shattered, they left their mark upon reality itself. And so the galaxy moved on. Life was extinguished, reborn, and reshaped, while silent armies slept beneath dead worlds, waiting without dreaming. Ages passed, civilizations rose unaware of what lay below, and the echoes of that ancient war faded into myth. Yet nothing here was truly finished. Time did not erase these events, it only buried them. And in the deep stillness of the long sleep, the promise remained, patient and unyielding, that what once ruled the stars would one day rise again, unchanged by time and ready to remember. The Tyranids are not born of this galaxy. They came from beyond it, crossing the vast and silent cold where the stars hang impossibly far apart. For countless millennia, they drifted through that emptiness, locked in frozen hibernation, enduring a journey that seems almost unthinkable. What drove them across such distances is unknown. Perhaps their own galaxy had already been stripped bare. Perhaps they have hunted across the cosmos since time beyond memory. Some even wonder if they flee from a threat greater still. Whatever the reason, they endured, and when they arrived at the rim of the galaxy, they awoke hungry. The first recorded meeting between the Imperium and these beings came in 745 of the 41st millennium in the eastern fringes. Yet there were whispers that the Ordo Xenos had seen signs of them far earlier, as distant as the 35th millennium. They emerged from the dark of intergalactic space within the local group, drawn by the psychic light of the Astronomicon, the beacon cast into the warp from Terra by the Emperor. That distant signal called to the hive mind. Their first official assault struck an ocean world named Tyran. From there, Hive Fleet Behemoth moved inward, consuming world after world as it pressed toward the heart of the galaxy. It was halted only with great effort by the Ultramarines during the Battle of Magrog. The Tyranids were defeated, but barely, and the chapter paid for that victory with losses that would echo for centuries. Years later, in 942 of the 41st millennium, Commissar Safas Kane uncovered something unsettling on the ice world of Nusquam Fundamentibus. Deep beneath the frozen surface lay Tyranids in hibernation, remnants of a hive ship that had crashed 7,000 years earlier, long before human settlers arrived. When they stirred, they were destroyed, yet the discovery left the Inquisition troubled. It suggested that the Tyranids may have reached the galaxy even before the Age of the Imperium began. Whether that lost bioship had been scouting, or part of some forgotten invasion, or one fragment of a vast and patient design, remains unknown. In 993 of the 41st millennium, Hive Fleet Kraken entered the galaxy. Unlike the blunt advance of Behemoth, it fractured into countless smaller fleets, each swallowing entire star systems before aid could arrive. The scythes of the Emperor and the Lamenters bore much of the assault, and the scythes were nearly wiped away. Though the Hive Fleet's core was broken at the Battle of Ikar IV and by the Eldari craft world Ianden, splinter fleets slipped free, spreading deep into Imperial space and even brushing the edges of the Tau Empire. Only a few Terran years passed before Hive Fleet Leviathan rose from below the plane of the galaxy, striking upward along the hidden axis of the void. It attacked from two distant points, severing great regions from reinforcement. For a moment it seemed that even Terra might face its full strength. Instead, its path bent toward the Orc Empire of Octarius in the Octarius sector. There, in the war that became known as the Octarian War, the Orcs stalled the swarm. Yet, from those brutal battles, tendrils of Leviathan have begun to emerge once more, stronger than before, having absorbed the fierce genetic material of the Orcoid race. In the final days of the 41st millennium, the greater mass of Hive Fleet Leviathan turned toward Baal, the home of the Blood Angels. The chapter called upon its successor chapters, gathering the Sanguinary Brotherhood to defend their Primarch's adopted world. Even united, they faced a fleet so vast it seemed endless. As the Great Rift tore across reality, warp storms lashed the Baal system. Upon Baal itself, the Blood Angels fought desperately against the Tyranid swarms. Above them, the immense fleet of Leviathan was torn apart by empiric tempests and consumed by the madness spilling from the warp. On the moon of Baal Prime, demons descended. They fell upon the Tyranid invasion swarms and shattered them. At their head was Kabanda, ancient enemy of the Blood Angels, determined that their destruction would be his alone. The Bloodthirster slew the Tyranid host upon that moon and piled their skulls high in the shape of his dread sigil, leaving a grim message before vanishing back into the warp. When the storms of the Great Rift began to fade, the Indomitus Crusade arrived, led by the resurrected Primarch Roboot Gillyman. The remaining Blood Angels, few and battered, were aided in destroying the isolated Tyranid forces that still clung to Baal. The world was saved in what would be remembered as the devastation of Baal, though nearly the entire chapter had been lost in the struggle. In the closing days of the 41st millennium, the Great Rift split the galaxy open. A vast wand-scarred real space, marking the beginning of the Era Indomitus within the Age of the Imperium. Warp storms flames rippled outward, spilling the raw essence of chaos into the material realm. For the hive mind, this spreading corruption is a quiet threat. Tyranid hive fleets depend upon living biomass to sustain their endless advance. The shifting psychic energies of chaos offer nothing to consume. With each passing season, more worlds are swallowed by empiric madness, and the precious organic matter the Tyranids require is lost to them. Yet the Tyranid species survives by adaptation. The ancient and timeless awareness of the hive mind has already shaped new organisms and altered its hunting patterns to endure this changing galaxy. After the defeat at Baal, what remained of Hive Fleet Leviathan began a sweeping offensive along the southern border of the Segmentum Solar. As it pressed ever closer toward Holy Terra, Primarch Man dispatched dozens of newly founded Primaris Marine chapters to confront the threat in the growing fires of the Third Tyrannic War. Tyranids exist in countless genera, each one shaped and reshaped by the will of the hive mind. Their evolution is not slow or accidental. It is guided, deliberate, and constant. Biomatter is drawn back into vast reclamation pools, broken down into nutrient broth, and from that living substance new organisms are born, or older forms are altered to meet whatever threat stands before them. Among them stand the hive tyrants, immense and powerful, towering over lesser creatures. They guide the swarm as living conduits of synaptic control, their minds deeply entwined with the greater consciousness. They are gifted in psychic force and in physical combat, striking at range or tearing apart foes up close. Some bear wings and descend from above. Though they seem to embody the hive mind itself, their destruction does not weaken it. The presence remains vast and undiminished. Broodlords move differently. They are the pinnacle of the genus Stealer strain, often the first to set foot upon a doomed world. Silent and lethal, they infiltrate, slipping close to the enemy before violence erupts. They guide the hidden cults formed in secret, directing their attacks with cold intelligence. Should one fall, another pure strain will, in time, grow into its place. Close to the hive tyrant stand the tyrant guard, bred only to defend. They are massive, resilient, and nearly impossible to bypass. Though blind, they are wholly directed by the synapse they serve. Some believe their flesh carries the genetic remnants of defeated Space Marine chapters, though such claims are denied and condemned. Tyranid warriors advance as synaptic foot soldiers, larger than gaunts yet smaller than the towering tyrants. They steady the swarm, resonating psychic commands through the ranks. Swift and strong, they adapt to ranged or close combat as needed. Lictors haunt the edges of the battlefield. Their bodies shift with chameleonic ease, blending into jungle, ruin, or shadow. They move ahead of the swarm, striking without warning, consuming the brains of their victims to gather knowledge. Even hardened fighters have vanished in a heartbeat, taken by something unseen. Gaunts form the relentless tide. Smaller and less powerful, they rely on numbers and mutation. Wings may sprout from their backs. Adrenaline and venom may course through their bodies. Some carry symbiotic weapons, living extensions of their form. gargoyles mirror them in the air, winged and swift. Their lower limbs have withered, yet they retain the adaptability of their ground-bound kin. They too bear symbiotic armaments. Rippers come at the end, small and serpentine. They consume everything left behind, devouring biomatter so that its essence may be drawn up into the waiting hive ships. Gen stealers walk with a cruel, almost humanoid form. Said to be derived from human DNA, they infiltrate societies and seed hidden cults. On the battlefield, they are shock troops, their claws cutting through even heavily armed defenders. Carnifexes are living battering rams. Vast and brutal, once known as screamer killers, they crash into fortified lines with unstoppable force. Stronger even than hive tyrants in raw might, they can be shaped into many subspecies, some hunting armored vehicles, others spewing acid and toxin into dense infantry. Raveners surge from beneath the earth, related to both rippers and warriors. They burrow swiftly and erupt into light foes with sudden violence. Zoanthropes drift as psychic artillery, their swollen brains dominating their frail bodies. Through sheer mental force, they unleash destructive power. Some believe later forms were altered after the assimilation of Eldari DNA during the assault on craft-world Iandin. Biovores remain sluggish and rooted, their sole purpose to grow spore mines within their bodies and hurl them across the field in spasms of muscle. It is said they were evolved from orcish gene stock. Biotitans rise above them all on land, towering between 9 and 30 meters in height, born in answer to other races' titans and super heavy engines. They can devastate an entire squad of space marines alone. Deep within the hive ships dwell the Norn Queens, gargantuan and immense. Each one fills a chamber hundreds of meters high. They are living wombs, shaping biomass in endless combinations, giving birth to every other known Tyranid life form. The Dominatrix stands as the link between these distant queens and the ground forces below. Nearly as vast as a biotitan and more psychically potent than a female hive tyrant, she is fused with a smaller warrior-sized organism that channels the will of the Norn Queen. Trigon's tunnel beneath enemy lines, serpentine and towering over even a Carnifex. They can become synapse creatures themselves, leading what is known as a tunnel swarm, often composed of lictors and hormigons. As they move, their armor hums with vibration, generating a bioelectric charge that can be released in a sudden surge. Molochs are kin to the Trigon, blind and worm-like, yet agile despite their bulk. They burrow beneath the battlefield, sensing prey through pressure and tremor. When they close in, the ground above shudders. Even the rhythm of a heartbeat can guide them. They prefer to swallow their victims whole, leaving them to be digested slowly in darkness. Hive guards stand watch over Tyranid structures, silent and immovable. They are built as living weapons, their bodies heavy and stable, encased in a shell-like carapace. From their forelimbs extends the massive impaler cannon, fused directly to their flesh. They unleash salvo after salvo with relentless precision. Even when their target is hidden from sight, they do not falter. The shard beasts that form their ammunition are physically linked to them, carrying back sensory impressions as they fly. Through that bond, the Hive Guards strike with unerring accuracy, protecting what the swarm has claimed. The Tyranids come from beyond the familiar stars, from somewhere outside the galaxies of the local group, drifting out of a darkness that no one truly knows. They move through the void in vast living vessels called hive ships, immense organisms shaped for vacuum and silence, gathering together in numbers that resemble locust swarms crossing an empty sky. Within each hive ship, countless lesser creatures grow inside warm reproductive chambers, forming and reforming in bubbling organ sacs. Every one of them exists to serve the ship, and the ship itself exists only as a fragment of the greater hive fleet. Nothing stands alone. Each part lives for the whole. When a world rich with life is found, the hive fleet does not arrive with pride or anger. It does not seek territory, nor does it understand vengeance. It comes to feed. The hunger is constant and without end. Every movement of every creature narrows toward a single purpose: to strip a planet of all organic matter, to absorb its ecosystems, and to leave nothing living behind. They descend in tendrils, shifting formations that drift from one inhabited world to the next. After a planet has been consumed and the swarm has multiplied, the fleet moves again, often larger than before. An army is shaped for each invasion, grown for the task of overwhelming defenders before the final devouring begins. Though they travel faster than light, they do not pass through the warp. A specialized hive ship known as a narval bends gravity itself, shaping a path across interstellar space. Yet even as they avoid the warp, their immense psychic presence presses into it, forming what is known as the shadow in the warp. The hive fleets now gather within the Milky Way, arriving from different directions, as though many other galaxies have already been emptied. The thought lingers quietly, suggesting a vast and unsettling history that stretches far beyond the stars we know. The Tyranids drift into the realms of mankind like a slow spreading sickness, touching not only human worlds but those of other species as well. Each hive fleet is made of millions of biomechanical craft, living vessels that cradle symbiotic organisms within their reproductive chambers. Every creature is born to serve its ship, and each ship serves the greater will of the fleet. While other armies fight for conquest, defense, or simple destruction, the Tyranids move according to the will of the hive mind. At its core lies an instinct older than reason, the drive to reproduce, to gather new genetic traits, and to refine themselves into ever better adapted forms. When fully mobilized, a hive fleet inspires shock and dread even among the strongest defenders. And even when one invasion is halted at terrible cost, another migration follows. The cycle does not break. This is what makes them so dangerous. They are an evolved meta-predator, capable of outproducing, outconsuming, and out-enduring all who stand against them. They have done so before across vast reaches of intergalactic space, more times than anyone can count. To the Magos Biologies, each hive fleet appears separate, self-contained, even competitive. Different strategies emerge, unique bioforms develop, and it seems as though each fleet stands alone. Yet beneath that surface lies something far more unified. All fleets are splinters of a greater whole. The Tyranids exist as a single superorganism, their numbers beyond counting, their swarms vast enough to blot out stars. Each creature is only a cell within a single immense body, bound together in a gestalt consciousness known as the hive mind. This psychic bond links every thought and motion. Most organisms possess no mind as humans understand it. They carry out their purpose without question, guided only by instinct unless directed otherwise. Larger bioforms can make limited decisions, yet even these choices remain subordinate to the hive mind's intent. Creatures such as Tyranid warriors and hive tyrants act as synapse creatures, relaying commands through a form of telepathic connection. Under their influence, the swarm moves in perfect unity. Should they fall, lesser organisms often slip into animalistic behavior, their links severed. For this reason, there is never only one commander. Many synapse creatures stand throughout the swarm, ensuring that the will of the hive mind remains unbroken. Before a hive fleet arrives, a presence spreads outward through the warp. Entire star systems fall silent, swallowed by psychic static that disrupts travel and communication. This is the shadow in the warp, and it signals that invasion is near. Whether it is deliberate or merely a byproduct of the hive mind's vast awareness is unknown. What is certain is the fear it brings. Defenders feel a heavy dread settle over them, a quiet despair that seeps into every corner of a world. For highly psychic species such as the Eldari, and for unfortunate psychers caught within its reach, the effect intensifies. If they attempt to use their powers, the noise grows unbearable. A billion alien thoughts scrape against their minds, and many are driven toward madness, muttering words in a tongue too strange to form. Among the Imperium of Man, whose interstellar travel depends on astropaths and navigators, the shadow in the warp becomes one of the most lethal aspects of the Tyranid threat. Worlds are cut off from aid, isolated and alone. By the time the shadow falls, it is already too late. Those planets must stand on their own or perish beneath the swarm. All Tyranids share a common psychic bond called the synapse. Through it, the swarm thinks and moves as a single superorganism, achieving a coordination that would otherwise be impossible. From the smallest feeder organisms to the microbes that break down fresh biomass, from rooted flora like forms to the vast tendrils of the hive fleets, every being holds a place within the will of the hive mind. Lesser creatures act without conscious thought, performing their tasks as instinctive animals, plants, or bacteria. Larger and more complex forms possess the ability to make limited decisions shaped by circumstance. Even so, they remain small threads in a far greater tapestry of distributed awareness, always connected, always guided. Tyranid swarms do not follow a single chain of command. Instead, they form a synaptic web, a network of psychic influence and feedback that binds fleets, broods, and planetary swarms together. Within this web stand the synapse creatures, beings whose altered brains function like psychic routers and hubs. They regulate and coordinate the immense collective consciousness, preventing chaos within a mass organism that can span distances larger than most planets. If these localized nodes are destroyed, the swarm may falter. Some creatures revert to more basic behaviors, and groups may split into smaller packs capable of limited cooperation. Even so, the web reforms where it can. These synapse creatures are potent psychers, yet how their activity avoids drawing the attention of demons of chaos and other predatory entities of the warp remains unknown, perhaps forever beyond human understanding. Tyranid hive fleets do not rely on the warp as Imperial vessels do, yet their advance through the galaxy is swift. Within the emptiness between stars, they achieve superluminal travel through a small and fragile bioship known as the Narval. Unlike other bioships, the Narval carries little in the way of defense. A thin carapace shields it, and clusters of delicate spines at its bow gather gravimetric and electromagnetic signals from across immense distances. Through these senses, it locates distant star systems. In ways not fully understood, it manipulates the gravity of its origin system and creates a compressed space-time corridor. Through this corridor, the fleet crosses the gulf between stars. Near strong gravitational forces, however, this method fails, and the fleet must slow to more conventional biological propulsion. The final approach to a system can take years, even decades, yet the movement remains steady and relentless. Sometimes the Narval's manipulation of gravity brings unintended consequences. Worlds may experience earthquakes, solar flares, and tidal waves during the fleet's transit. These disasters only weaken resistance. By the time the swarm emerges in orbit and the first mycetic spores descend, defenders are already strained and unprepared. The Tyranids often begin their conquest in silence. Long before a hive fleet darkens the void above a world, space hulks and drifting derelict craft carry hidden passengers. Gen stealers infest these abandoned vessels, learning every corridor and chamber, then slipping into a state of self-induced hibernation as they wait. When such a hulk is finally found by Imperial authorities, exploration crews step inside, unaware. The Gen stealers strike swiftly. Some are slain, yet at least one survivor is always left alive, implanted with a seed that carries specially engineered Tyranid DNA. The infestation does not kill. Instead, the virus alters the victim quietly, stirring powerful urges through the stimulation of hormones. The altered DNA settles into the host's germ cells, and any child born of this union becomes a Gen Stealer hybrid. Through a psychic bond, that hybrid commands the complete loyalty of its parents. Over time, the hybrids breed and multiply within the wider population until a Genestealer cult takes root. As numbers grow, the cult spreads through political and social structures, placing its members within government and military ranks. At the same time, the hybrids are joined by a smaller psychic gestalt known as the brood mind. Together, they emit a collective signal through the warp, a steady beacon that calls to the approaching Tyranid hive fleet. When the fleet draws near, the cult moves openly. By now, it may number in the millions. A worldwide rebellion ignites, designed to weaken planetary defenses, just as the greater swarm approaches. From orbit, the hive fleet seeds the world with Tyranid organisms that begin reshaping climate, surface, and ecosystems, preparing everything for consumption. If victory comes, the fleet descends without hesitation. The atmosphere is inhaled, the seas are drunk dry, all organic biomass is consumed until only a lifeless sphere of rock remains, stripped clean. On the battlefield, Tyranid tactics rest on overwhelming numbers. They seek to outnumber their foe 50 to 1, overrunning opposition in close combat and closing with relentless speed. Though they possess few ranged weapons, their sheer mass and their devotion to close combat brings slaughter, especially under the direction of a capable commander. They do not communicate with other intelligent species. In their perception, they stand above other life forms, as humanity stands above the livestock it consumes. There is no reasoning with them, no appeasement, no surrender. To face the Tyranids is to accept a simple truth: kill or be consumed. Across vast regions of the galaxy, life has already been stripped away. With each passing daring year, hive fleets push deeper into populated space, and even as defenders gather their strength, more fleets emerge from the intergalactic void, awakening from eons' long slumber. The hive mind gathers momentum as more Tyranids rise and remember their ancient purpose: to feed, to grow, to survive, and to evolve. The Tyranids do not shape their vessels or weapons from metal or plastic, as other intelligent races of the Milky Way galaxy do. Instead, they grow them. Through gene splicing and bioengineering, they fashion their starships and armaments from the organic biomatter taken from the worlds they consume. Everything they bring to war is alive in its own way. Each weapon, each gland, each projectile is a bioengineered organism born of the same terrible graft. Even the spores that choke a planet's skies are living things, as are the grotesque spires that thrust upward from tortured ground when an invasion begins. Their warrior organisms are creatures of visceral horror. They move with implacable purpose, their razor-sharp claws able to tear a man apart in a single heartbeat. From their bodies grow grotesque biocannons that fire hungry, parasitic projectiles, burrowing into flesh as if driven by instinct alone. Within the hive fleets, every weapon and every projectile is a living biomorph, shaped from the reconstituted biomatter of earlier conquests. There is no mechanical technology among them. In its place stands an advanced biotechnology, capable of crafting organic equivalents to every tool, every weapon, every form of ammunition known to other intelligent species. These beings exist in deep symbiosis. Flesh fuses with flesh until it becomes difficult to see where one creature ends and another begins. A warrior beast does not merely carry its weapon, it grows from it, the living armament and extension of its own body, a seamless instrument of slaughter. Because of this bioconstruct nature, they are a dreadful foe to face. Their armies hold a creature suited to every aspect of warfare, and those forms can be altered and regrown in a short span of time. A hive fleet may reshape itself as needed, adapting with quiet inevitability. In this way, it can unleash a vast throng of ferocious alien monsters. Some take to the air, others run with relentless speed, some burrow beneath defenses, and others stalk patiently through them. Whatever the obstacle, the swarm endures, growing and changing until resistance is overcome. The Tyranid threat moves with a quiet certainty, turning a world rich with forests, oceans, and living breath into a barren sphere of stone. When a hive fleet descends upon a prey planet, it does not strike in chaos. It unfolds in measured stages, each one deliberate. With every passing wave, new shapes arrive, living weapons formed only to despoil and to end life. The sky darkens with their descent, and in only a handful of solar days, the thriving world is stripped clean. Every trace of organic matter is gathered, broken down, and taken. When the hunger of the swarm is briefly eased, the fleet drifts onward. Behind it remains nothing but silence, an airless tomb where a verdant biosphere once breathed. In the earliest moments of a Tyranid approach, there is little to see. The infestation begins in subtlety as the Xenos test a planet's worth and begin to seed corruption within its native life. Vanguard drone ships move first, swift and restrained in their presence, their signatures faint against the void. They scout new star systems and at times release a portion of their living cargo onto a promising world before slipping away again. Often, no alarm is raised, and when one is detected, it must be destroyed at once, for its survival may hasten what follows. Upon the surface, lictors stalk unseen. They move through wilderness and settlement alike, their feet are tendrils tasting the air, the soil, and the blood of the living. From devoured prey, they draw memories, learning the nature of the world and those who defend it. The knowledge is gathered and held until a psychic link can carry it back to the hive mind. Genestealers work more insidiously still. They infect the gene code of native species, twisting it slowly until hybrid forms emerge, bound to the will of a broodlord or another voice of the swarm. Some arrive without any drone ship at all, hidden in the darkness of abandoned hulks or concealed within the holds of warp-capable vessels. Once rooted, they build a breeding nest, and from it a devoted cult grows. When their infiltration has taken hold, a psychic call is sent outward. It travels through the void, drawing the greater fleet toward the system. The arrival of a hive ship and its escorts signals that the quiet observation has ended. When the hive ship enters the system, the air itself seems to tighten. As a powerful synaptic node of the hive mind, it casts the shadow in the warp across light years, disrupting travel and strangling astrotelepathic cries for aid. By the time its vast form hangs above the world, escape is often impossible. From its depths fall countless mycetic spores, descending like a living storm. Some carry microscopic organisms that alter the atmosphere, the oceans, and the soil, reshaping complex molecules into forms more useful to the swarm. Others deliver gaunts and gargoyles that prepare for open assault, while Molochs and Trigons burrow into the crust, planting the seeds of future capillary towers and spore chimneys. Below, Gen stealers and lictors cast aside secrecy. With knowledge already gained, and with hybrids placed among the population, they strike at officers and communications hubs. Confusion spreads, and a Gen stealer cult can fracture defenses from within. There remains a narrow hope in this phase. If the hive ship is destroyed, the fleet may lose cohesion and fall into disarray. Mycetic spores can be intercepted, lessening the number of war organisms that reach the surface. Yet the hive mind adapts swiftly, and only decisive action can prevent the infestation from becoming irreversible. Once a foothold is secured, resistance is met with overwhelming force. Endless swarms of gaunts, gargoyles, and Gen stealers surge across land, sea, and sky. Among them stride carnifexes, tyrannifexes, and towering hierophant biotitans, their presence shaking the ground. The swarm spreads in vast fronts that stretch for hundreds of kilometers. Behind them, capillary towers thrust upward from the crust, consolidating absorbed biomass and breeding fresh warriors. Though rooted like immense growths, these towers extend tendrils that draw in plants, smaller creatures, and even the unseen life of the air. Termagants fire from range, while Hormigans close in with relentless speed, guided by Tyranid warriors. When numbers are not enough, the hive mind shapes greater strains, creatures rivaling Imperial Titans in size and strength. Raveners and Drygons may rise beneath defenders, while Shrikes and Harpies strike from above. The fallen are not consumed at once. They lie in great carpets of ruin, awaiting the next wave. Even the dead Tyranids are reclaimed, their sacrifice without meaning beyond usefulness. Above, gargoyles and harpies darken the sky. They devour what lives in the air and block the sunlight from photosynthetic life below. Over time, oxygen dwindles and climate shifts. By now, only total war offers any chance, and even then, the genetic taint lingers, resistant to toxin and time. As the fighting continues, other bioforms move quietly behind the lines. They gather what remains, turning a planet's own substance into further weapons for the swarm. Most of the collected biomass is reserved to feed the hive ships that wait in orbit. Rippers fall in untold numbers, writhing masses with fang-filled jaws. They consume everything, living or dead, until their bodies swell. Then they drag themselves toward reclamation pools near the capillary towers and hurl their bloated forms into the digestive depths. From this cycle, new Rippers are born to continue the work. In the oceans, eel-like variants strip the waters of life. Beneath the crust, Burrowing forms widen tunnels and devour fungus, roots, and microscopic organisms. Even rare minerals are taken, woven into exoskeletons and weapon biomorphs. Capillary towers rise from the deepest seas, enduring crushing pressure and cold darkness. Their filtration alters tidal flow as they draw in maritime biomass. At this stage, only Exterminatus can deny the fleet its feast. A subdued world cannot be saved, but it may yet be rendered useless to the Hive fleet if its feeding system is destroyed. When the last defenders fall silent, the capillary towers begin their final labor. Biomass is pumped upward through vast organic conduits, drawn into the waiting hive ship and its escorts. Tendrils from the living vessels pierce the upper atmosphere to meet the towers as they grow ever higher. The surviving Tyranid bioforms cast themselves into reclamation pools, their bodies broken down so that nothing is wasted. With the matter of the world, its memories and genetic innovations are absorbed as well. The patterns of its former life are carried into the hive mind. The oceans are drained, their waters transferred into swelling storage vesicles within the void-faring organisms. Many capillary towers are dismantled and reclaimed. In the end, even the atmosphere is taken until only a dry and airless rock remains. As the fleet moves between systems, the hive mind studies what it has gathered. New strains may emerge from these patterns, though not always at once. Adaptation waits until it is required. Those who arrive afterward find only emptiness. To strike the fleet now is to face it at the height of its strength, heavy with the stolen substance of a world that once lived. The will of the hive mind does not merely command, it flows. Through dominion, a Tyranid bioform draws upon prodigious psychic strength, channeling and amplifying that vast collective intent until it hums within the swarm like a steady pulse. Through hidden synaptic conduits, Catalyst carries that same will into the bodies of lesser organisms. Their metabolic systems surge with unnatural vitality, and wounds that should cripple or destroy are simply endured, as if pain has lost its authority. There are moments when the presence of the hive mind presses outward with such weight that enemies feel it as terror. The horror radiates from a synapse creature, spilling into hostile minds and leaving them unsteady, panicked, unable to hold their ground beneath that crushing awareness. Onslaught is more deliberate. A synapse creature extends its consciousness, seizing control of biomorph weapon symbiotes while urging the swarms forward at a breakneck pace. Fire is guided, bodies are driven onward, and movement becomes a single, relentless advance. Paroxysm works in a different way. The hive mind reaches into the nervous systems of its foes, igniting every nerve and pain receptor at once. Senses are overwhelmed, and agony becomes a storm that leaves no room for thought. When psychic scream is unleashed, it comes as a piercing shriek of undiluted psychic energy. Cast through a vassal organism, it tears through the minds of those caught within its wake, leaving silence where thought once lived. All of this is bound together by synapse, the psychic ability that unites every Tyranid within the self-awareness that is the hive mind. Synapse creatures, often leader organisms such as hive tyrants, Tyranid warriors, and brood lords, or specialist psycho-organisms like zoanthropes, project this connection across the local swarm. Within their cortexes lie greatly increased synapse networks, shaped at the direction of the hive mind itself. They act as conduits and nodes, extending control and order to any troop within psychic range. Without that guiding presence, most bioforms drift back into a feral and instinctive state. Yet some, such as gen stealers, can generate a similar gestalt among their cultists known as the brood mind, and they function just as well without synapse creatures as they do beneath their influence. And then there is Warp Blast. In that moment, a Tyranid organism taps into the raw power of the hive mind and releases it as a blast of pure warp energy. It arcs from the cranium in a sudden flare and vaporizes whatever prey stands before it, leaving only the echo of power in the air. The bio-artifacts of the Tyranids are spoken of in hushed tones, rare symbiotic organisms and biomorphs that seem almost singular in their existence. It is believed that only one of each moves within a given Tyranid force, and perhaps only one of each exists at all, though this is a fragile hope held by the galaxy's indigenous intelligent species. During the destruction of Thyrax, a dread beast led the assault, and upon it rested a pair of fang-lined pincers known as the maw claws of Thyrax. These symbiotic claws did more than tear apart those who dared resist. As they consumed the fallen, they absorbed memory itself, drawing in knowledge from their prey, growing ever more aware with every life ended. Among the many biomechanical weapons the Tyranids employ, none has inspired more fear than the miasma cannon. It resembles other venom cannons in form, yet what it releases is far worse. Gobbets of toxin-laden slime spill forth with such virulence that whole squads are reduced to shapeless pools of organic matter within moments. Whether unleashed in torrents of foul fluid or in gouts of corrosive acid, its toll has risen beyond counting. The Norn Crown, first named by Inquisitor Cryptman, is a parasitic organism that clings tightly to the armored crest of its host. Dozens of tendrils anchor it in place, and needle-like cerebral bores pierce directly into the brain. Through this intimate and unsettling bond, a neurosynaptic link forms, acting as a powerful conduit for the hive mind. In that union, the will of the hive mind flows more freely, guiding and strengthening the swarming lesser Tyranids that follow in the leader beast's wake. There is also the Reaper of Obliterax, first encountered among the re-emergent swarms of Hive Fleet Yermoon-Kander. Shaped like a bone sword and alive in its own way, this sentient blade is often carried beside a lash whip. It releases tightly focused bursts of destructive energy, and even the lightest touch can leave a foe torn apart, as if existence itself had been severed. Whispers persist of the Imgarl factor, tied to the long-feared Imgarl gen-stealers who have plagued the worlds of the Imperium like a spreading sickness. Their hunger is relentless, their adaptability difficult to comprehend. Now, rumors speak of another Tyranid leader beast. that seems to share that same unfathomable ability to change, echoing the terrible legacy of the Imgarl strain. From the first silent crossing of the void, through the fall of worlds and the desperate stands of space marines, the Tyranids have moved with a patience that feels older than the stars. They came drawn by a beacon in the warp, and ever since they have pressed inward, adapting, dividing, returning, never truly gone. Each defeat has slowed them, but never ended them. Even the daring of the Great Rift, even the madness spilling across the galaxy, has not broken the will of the hive mind. It shifts, it learns, it seeks new paths toward its prey. And perhaps that is the most unsettling truth of all. The Tyranids do not wage war in the way the other powers of the galaxy understand it. They do not pursue conquest as a statement of dominance, nor destruction as an act of vengeance. Their advance is not ideological. It is ecological. Entire sectors are reduced, not out of spite, but as part of a process as indifferent and methodical as the turning of seasons. The Imperium calls each invasion an apocalypse. The Eldar see in it the echo of their own ancient doom. Even the forces of chaos, for all their madness, recognize in the swarm a rival presence that does not kneel to the warp. Yet to the hive mind, these distinctions are meaningless. Civilizations, faiths, and gods are simply complex arrangements of matter awaiting reconfiguration. If the hive fleets we have witnessed are only the outermost extensions of something far greater, then the galaxy has not yet faced the full weight of what approaches. What we name Behemoth, Kraken, Leviathan, these may be fragments, cells within an organism whose true body remains beyond the rim of known space, vast and patient beyond comprehension. The Tyranids do not need to triumph in a single decisive moment. They need only endure. They can withdraw, divide, return in altered form. They can fail 100 times and adapt 101. Against such persistence, even empires that measure their reign in millennia begin to look fragile. In a universe consumed by ambition and endless war, the Tyranids stand apart, not because they are the most violent, but because they are the most inevitable. They do not seek to rule the galaxy. They seek to outlast it, to strip it to its constituent parts and move on, leaving behind only silence and the cold memory of what once struggled there. And if the greater mass of the hive mind is still crossing the intergalactic dark, then everything we have seen so far may be nothing more than the first taste, the opening movement of a harvest that has only just begun.